Hello. I have a new mic arm. I'm testing it out. I might not keep it. It keeps. I have to. My microphone is further away from my face than it was before, but it's easier to move around. But at the same time, I can't really get it closer to my face. Because of how big my desk is. The range on the mic arm is just not long enough from any of the points where I would want to have the mic arm start from. So I might need to get a longer one if I do decide that I want this style. But it's got 360-degree motion. It just isn't so good for the up and down. Alright. I am, however, gonna continue without webcam. While I've been alright the last couple of days, I don't want to push it. I'm going to the dentist tomorrow. So after tomorrow, if things go well, webcam will start back up properly. But for now, no webcam. I am hoping that we might be able to actually finish Endwalker today for the main story. Because I don't think we're necessarily that far off. I can't imagine that there's much left in Labyrinthos. And then once we're in the final zone, well, that's the final zone. But we'll see. It kind of depends on how quickly I read stuff, I suppose. Bear with me one moment while I open my beverage. Okay. Let's go. Oh, thinking about it, that is something else that we need to do. Is our blues. A vexed veterinarian. Excuse me, ma'am. I couldn't help but notice that you've a way about you that simply screams, I have an affinity for creatures of the wilds. And since I'm never wrong about such things, might I trouble you? You see, amongst the troops of trolls living in the outer circuit, I came upon one who was sick beyond measure. I took the poor creature in at once and saw him healed, of course. But when I attempted to return him to his rightful home, he flew into a panic, as if he couldn't bear the thought of going back. To make matters worse, the troll saw fit to escape into a den of Inalas. I would go after him, but I'm so fumble-footed, I'm scare him off like as not, and be torn limb from limb for my pains by the fiends. So I turn to you. Would you seek out this troll of which I spoke? I'll provide you with his favourite food. With it, you should be able to calm the piteous thing. Hopefully that'll be enough to see his senses restored and for him to come hurrying right back. And though I shudder to think of it, if any of those fell Analas seek to impede you or pester that troll, make those beasts regret their interference. Oh, and don't worry, you'll be rewarded. Okay, well the Analas were just, yeah, they were just outside the hamlet. If we can... Ooh. Is that an A rank? Or an S rank? It's cool looking is what it is. It's like a dryad bird. Yeah. If we do manage to finish Endwalker today, that kind of works out nicely, because then we can take a break and maybe do another pure caster run or something. Although I do... like I said, I do want to catch up and get access to the relics so that I can grind those passively whilst doing Bosnia. And I would very much so enjoy getting to Dawn Trail relic content for the field operation whilst it's still current, because that would be cool. But I think we've got a while for that still. Oh, you like figs? Me too, buddy. Me too. Off he goes. I did do... I think I did a couple of roulettes. I think I did MSQ and Alliance roulette on my Picto. So that's now level 89. Viper not far off 89. So hopefully we don't have to worry about being under-leveled or anything. I also did the Dalriada and Castrum for the weekly quest with Ozia, which means that I have the chest piece and pants for the fending set, so I can look like Bosch. Yeah. Look, he's returned! I can't thank you enough. I know they may not look it, but trolls are really quite intelligent. Indeed, they are an intrinsic part of the woodlands of Labyrinthos, and keep it healthy and thriving. Though we've a responsibility to put down the more violent and unruly ones, most trolls, such as this one, are kind, docile things. In fact, my friend here was a real chance of becoming leader of his tribe, perhaps even guardian of the forest someday. It is we who saw these creatures removed from their natural habitats and relocated them here within Labyrinthos. Thus, we've a responsibility to watch over them, to ensure they are well. It would be too cruel to dispose of one simply because they're under the weather. Ah, yes, your reward. Here, as promised. Now then, it's high time I saw this fellow return to the outer circuit. Farewell, adventurer. Sweet. So I'd need to go pretty fucking far to the south. Okay, but I think that's the one that we kind of expected. That's past Coco. But also there's a few more quests, although I don't think we've unlocked them yet, but there is still one more Aetheryte in this location. Cool, let's give the bunnies the guided tour then, shall we? Oh, that is something else I did. I geared both Viper and Pictomancer, at least for the main gear. I didn't do accessories. Just to help them get to 90. A tour of Labyrinthos. An unexpected yet prudent suggestion. Given the similarities twixt this artificial environment and Bestway's burrow, it would be in our best interest to have the Leporites acquaint themselves with those conditions deemed optimal by their Sharlayan collaborators. I fear, however, that continued reliance upon my limited knowledge would risk narrowing rather than broadening their perspectives. Mayhap thou art better suited to lead this venture. What a marvellous idea! Might we begin with that great big what's-it over yonder? Ah, yes, the what's-it. I shall leave its explanation to after. Great big what's-it? This one? This great big what's-it? I don't know what this is. Or is it this? I also don't know what that is. Fuck you, Singing Way! Goodness me. To build something so large without creation magics, it's positively stupendous. Perhaps you could direct our attention to its most important features. Search the apparatus for points of potential interest. Okay. The tanks. It's a little hard to see from here, but is that a golden pipe connected to the top of those tanks? And I can see through that window another pipe at the bottom. This must be for purifying water drawn up from below. And that's the pump. It's that water I hear from inside that great big tube. It must be because of those cogs and that gigantic wheel at the top. Oh, I see. That's how they draw up the water. There's probably some sort of spiral-shaped mechanism inside too. Yeah, an Archimedes screw. And then is this a water tank? That looks like the trees in the Greatest Ends Vale. Hold on, that's a bit of a strange shape. It's thin at the bottom but bigger than round at the top. Quite tall for something so unbalanced too. Now it makes sense. That's where they store the water. Well, if I were to hazard a guess, water drawn from underground, presumably with some other mechanism, is purified here and stored in that tower before being distributed elsewhere. I'm right, aren't I? I knew it. A design brilliant in its simplicity. I dare say it would take only a moment to install it even in the harshest of environments. Vast Laporets, that is. Indeed. Securing a reliable source of water is of the utmost importance for any fledgling settlement. We have read, however, that people of Etheris sometimes make their homes in arid deserts and such. How are they able to survive? Many settlements in Thanlan are built near an oasis. Areas near waterfalls are common sites for villages in Giribania. I mean, both is appropriate. So wherever you choose to live, you're never far from water. Oh dear, I worry we won't be able to procure the necessary amount. We can provide enough water to keep them from drying out completely, but it would appear they rely on it far more than we'd anticipated. A few adjustments may be in order. Once we've calculated the average rate of consumption per individual, it may also be worth learning more about how exactly they obtain their water in the first place. Master Alphino spoke of the machinery responsible for that feat during our journey through Logisticon Alpha, did he not? Mayhap the Laporets will share his appreciation for the engineering marvel. Ooh, yes, that sounds absolutely splendid! We must journey through the sanctuary of Sharlayan Hamlet. I shall lead the way. You mean we'll have to brave the untamed wilderness? A valid concern indeed. We could not help but notice the many dangerous-looking creatures with big, nasty teeth lurking beyond the safe confines of this settlement. Were we not escorted here by burly custodians, I dread to think what would have become of us. Regrettably, to many a hungry predator with the aforementioned big, nasty teeth, Laporet may appear to be a potential and rather appetizing source of sustenance. Might I impose upon thee to assist in securing safe passage to Logisticon Alpha? For my part, I shall act as escort to Living Way and Cooking Way. I entrust Singing Way and Growing Way to thy care. A more valiant protector they could not wish for. Godspeed. If it's all the same to you, I'd rather not be eaten by some horrid beastie. Come along, Growing Way. To the water extraction, what's it? Maybe you shouldn't run ahead of me. Just a thought. Thank you so much. I really hope this water extraction what's-it's worth these harrowing experiences. Or part of the fun, some might say, but I'd rather not be burnt to a crisp if it's all the same to you. Hey guys. My friends, I bid you welcome to Logisticon Alpha. Our destination doth lie at the lift's top. Pray, follow me. I just realised I didn't have Burnbot running. Let's fix that. There we go. Marvellous, simply marvellous. This is where the magic, or science rather, takes place. Perfect environment to sustain life, artificially created. The knowledge we'll gain here will be essential when we start looking for new stars for your kind to inhabit. Apparently most of them don't even have air for you to breathe. You're all very lucky that Aetheris just so happens to provide everything you need to thrive. Or did mankind turn out the way they are because of the available resources, I wonder? Now that is one of the discussions, yeah. Either way, it's nothing short of miraculous. I cannot wait to see more of it. That's why if we're carbon-based life forms, and we primarily use oxygen in order to respire and, you know, derive energy and everything. If instead we were nitrogen-based because of the vastly higher quantities of nitrogen in our atmosphere, we would be potentially very, very different life forms. This is all very wonderful, I'm sure, but I was rather hoping to learn more about your nourishment provision facilities. In other words, where's the food? I believe both the knowledge and consumables you seek may be found at Merial Agronomics. As I imagine Singingway and the others intend to study every conceivable facet of this apparatus, wouldst thou be so kind as to escort our visiting culinarian? Yes, that sounds much more interesting. Hopefully I'll be able to see firsthand some of the delicacies Urianger was telling me about. Even his incredibly vivid, if a bit too verbose, descriptions cannot compare to sampling them myself. Not to mention Aetheris will soon be no more, so I must learn all I can while there is still time. Let us brook no further delay. I've got the munchies. Yeah, fuck it. Come to think of it, I don't think I had a... Yeah, I didn't get a better weapon. be honest, the stat boosts that you get before you reach like the capstone gear isn't that much. So if you've got a couple of bits of equipment that are the previous end tier stuff, it probably gets you through most, if not the entire expansion. And then it's just when you're in the post patches that you need to make sure that you're getting new gear, but you can do that using the tombstone stuff. Can you die a little bit more quickly, please? This is the place, yes? The heady aroma was enough to guide me here, and I've spotted several of the fruit and vegetables featured in our compendium. I'd dearly love to try some, but I read that those who help themselves to a farmer's crops without permission are often caught and cut into pies. Perhaps you could ask whoever's in charge if they would be willing to part with a few samples? What are these, apples? I don't entirely know. Those could be fucking huge olives. Jebka. What a fine mess this is. Ah, it's you, the one who climbed down the mine shaft. I'd show you around if I could, but I'm rushed off my feet preparing for the Exodus. And I'm not the only one. We've all got to find ways to do what we do down here up there, first on the moon, then on whichever star the Forum decides will become our new home. It's all so sudden, so unreal. Don't you want to go to the moon? Well, it's better than waiting for the final days to claim us. No matter how careful it's all planned, we'll never be able to take every variety of flora and fauna with us. Even the ones we can take may not survive in their new environment. So many species doomed to extinction. Sorry, that's not what you came to talk about, is it? Nothing quite so dire, I assure you. We merely wish to sample a little of your produce, if we may. By all means, help yourself. Much appreciated, my good fellow. So, where to begin? Grapes. Oh, I know what these are. Grapes, yes? Let's see if they are as delicious as they look. So sweet, so sour. The taste is much like a ripe philosopher's carrot, and yet the texture is entirely different. The contrast between the outer skin and the fruit within is most peculiar, though far from unpleasant. Yes, I think I'll try another. Can rabbits eat grapes? Well, that's certainly given me food for thought, though in a far less visceral manner than any philosopher's carrot. But tell me, what is your opinion of grapes? I'd brave an erupting volcano for a choice bunch. Meh. Ghastly things. I'd rather eat rancid gigantoid eyeballs? No. I'd brave an erupting volcano for a choice bunch. Yes, they are rather Moorish, aren't they? And from what I've read, quite versatile too. Something about people stepping on them to make intoxicating beverages, as I recall. Anyway, that's enough about grapes for the time being. On to the next treat. Oh, are they oranges? Oh no, these are oranges. I mean, yeah, they look more like oranges. Orange by name, orange by nature. Which came first, the fruit or the colour? Who cares? Let's eat. Yes, that's equal parts sweet and sour as with the grapes, yet nothing alike. I may have to consult Urianger about expanding my vocabulary. I simply cannot find the words to describe it. Perhaps what I'm looking for is bitter? This is all very complicated, you know. So many flavours, so many choices, and each individual with their own personal preferences. Now I see why you all turned your noses up at the idea of eating nothing but carrots. Marvellous though they still are, in my estimation. Let no one say I said otherwise. But speaking of carrots, I've yet to sample any of the vegetables. Let's see what's in that field over there. The pumpkins? Yeah, the pumpkins. A good squash or pumpkin can be fucking delicious. Colour, that texture. Are they some sort of enormous round carrot? No. In any case, proper nomenclature is less of a concern than the taste. Blech! It's so hard and flavourless. I may as well be chewing a piece of wood. That all but confirms it. These are nothing more than misbegotten failures masquerading as goodly carrots. Stop, stop, stop. Can't you see these are pumpkins? And no one with any sense would try eating them raw. You're supposed to cook them first. Do you not find it an awful bother? Far from it. Cooking is a joy unto itself. And what's more, it broadens the range of ingredients that we may safely eat. But above all else, cooking allows us to draw out the full potential of our produce. Pumpkin stew's been one of my favourite dishes for as long as I can remember. And perhaps even these hard blocks of plant matter can become as delicious as the orange I sampled. I wonder though, if there is anything even more delicious about that yellow fruit over yonder. It's a lemon, isn't it? Because it looks like the orange tree, but... Oh yeah, no, they're... I mean, that's still just orange-coloured lemons, but yeah. Oh god, what's he going to think of a lemon? What a wondrous fragrance! With luck, it'll have a flavour to match. As I have no idea how these are eaten, I'll just bite into it. My tongue! Is this poison? A lemon? You mean it's supposed to taste like this? How can something so similar to an orange be so revolting? Ugh. It may be some time before my palate recovers from this ordeal. As such, I'd best call an end to this round of sampling. Let's say our farewells and return to the others. Finished, have you? I trust you found something to your liking? I'm rather enamoured with the grapes and oranges. Less so the pumpkin, though I learned the hard way they're not meant to be eaten raw. Then there was the lemon, the deceiver. I still feel so violated. First time, was it? I'd hate for you to leave with a bad taste in your mouth, in more ways than one, so I'll give you this lemon muffin I baked. If this doesn't change your opinion, nothing will. I do fucking love lemon muffins. I think I said this last time as well. More lemon? Have I not suffered enough? Nevertheless, it would be remiss of me to spurn this opportunity to... Ugh, bit of sick came up there. Learn more of your inscrutable ways. Very well, lemon muffin. Do your worst. I mean, the fact that he's not even there. Oh. This is Delicious! Although I still detect a hint of lemon, it complements the sweetness of the dough to create a perfect harmony. I never would have guessed its vile bitterness could be utilised so elegantly. My good chap, this is simply breathtaking. See? We rarely use lemon in its natural state, but it has a starring role in all sorts of recipes. The same is true for many other ingredients. It comes down to making the most of the resources at our disposal, and sometimes that can even be the difference between life and death. I know we won't be able to take every species with us. No doubt the forum agonized over what was worth preserving and what will be consigned to history. Hard choices, but make them we must if we're to survive. Such strength of will. Now I know what Heidelin sees in your kind. Mankind, the Leporites, we were both born from the accumulated knowledge of the ancients. They learned all there is to learn about the nature of sentient life and the fates of the stars themselves. Once a civilization has fulfilled the basic requirements for survival, it will inevitably seek to eliminate all forms of negativity and achieve perfection. Therein lies its folly and its downfall. For perfection is an unattainable ideal. 'Tis the paradox of the immaculate carrot. Yet civilization since time immemorial have deemed the pursuit of perfection as progress. They pay no heed to the costs incurred in their futile quest, and all too often become the architects of their own demise, their dreams forever unfulfilled. What, then, is the alternative? The answer lies in knowing that our existence can never be perfect, to be content with what we have and make the most of it. When life gives you lemons, make lemon muffins! Pardon my Eorzean, but what in the 7Ls are you on about? And who are you, anyway? Cooking Way, at your service. I'm here to help prepare for the trip to the moon. And once you get there, you'll be able to try my carrots. I've been growing all different kinds. But don't worry, there'll be room for your crops too. We'll work together to preserve as many of Aetheris' species as possible. If you're up to the challenge. Yes, of course. I look forward to it. Well, this has all been highly productive. Probably. Let's go and see if Urianger and the others have run out of machinery to inspect, shall we? Oh, whilst I was doing stuff in Bosnia, I also got most of the things that I need for Zone 2 from just doing Fates. So I'm now basically only have critical engagements to do. Also, the Dalriada gives you like 3 million metal each go. That was most enlightening, especially the part with the lemon muffin. Delicious. Actually, I was wondering, do you know of any other places famed for their cuisine? Limsa Leminza's home to the Culinarians Guild, and many less than savoury establishments. The Far East has oodles of noodles. No, I think the Culinarians Guild would be of interest to him. Would that I had the time to visit. The more I learn of Aetheris, the more I wish we could spare it from the final days. Alas, Heidelin's orders are to flee, not to resist. If only there was some other way. After, I trust thy time at Merial Agronomics did bear fruit. Our own efforts, too, were rewarded. We now possess an embarrassment of educational riches. No doubt our guests' relentless pursuit of knowledge could occupy them, and us, for a fortnight. Alas, time is of the essence. Let us return to Charlian Hamlet forthwith. I shall gladly attend to each and every leporit there, should further questions within my power to answer arise. Aww. Oh. What's up? Yes, that was indeed me verbalizing a sigh to express my emotional state. Do you want to know why? Because I saw the reconstructed environmental data for Aetheris at Logisticon Alpha, that's why! A forest so lovely and so leafy. Are all your forests like that? The Black Shroud's quite leafy indeed, and a place of utmost tranquility. They're verdant, at least. The trees of Dravania stand particularly proud. You should see the forests of the first. One was purple. No. Quite leafy and a place of utmost tranquility. Gasp! Gasp, I say! With a star so wonderful, it comes as no surprise you're reluctant to leave it behind. I was a fool to think otherwise, to assume that the moon was something worth being proud of. How ridiculous we must seem to you, trying so hard, yet achieving so little. Not at all. Thy works are no less worthy for their uniqueness. I thought I heard tiny voices. Thancred. How didst thou fare? Oh, I was able to glean a fair bit from the researchers while helping to move their cargo. Preparations have proceeded without interruption here, despite news of the coming end, with the forum's leadership to thank for that. That doesn't mean people aren't worried, though. Quite the opposite. Knowing disaster could strike at any moment, they hurry to complete their work, equally aware that a single error could be the difference between life and death. We can hardly tell them there's no cause for concern. Perhaps not, though aided by our goodly growing... Aided by our goodly growing way, we may yet find other ways to lighten their burden. Me? Be of use to people? I'm honored you would think me so capable, but I'm not sure that I'm up to the challenge. Nevertheless, I believe in thee. If you say so, I suppose it can't hurt to try. I passed someone moping in the Western Plaza that looked to be in need of a helping paw. Perhaps you might start with him? Tis as good a place as any. Come. Hello. Oh? Can I help you? It is you who would help me. Is my anxiety truly so obvious? A burden shared is a burden eased. Pray, tell us of thy troubles. Those little fellows do look like good listeners. I'm an engineer, you see, and what they say of the ship, it's the sum of decades of Charlian ingenuity, but it's built with peerless Allegan technology. It's all true, but I know that none of that's a guarantee. We've never before launched a starfaring vessel, let alone flown it into the great expanse. All the tests we've run have been on the ground. Only operational personnel and cargo will be aboard for the first voyage. But even so, if it fails us then, what can we do? And if it doesn't, it could fall apart on the next flight or the one after that. We've done everything we can to prevent that from happening, but it hardly matters. We thought the ether burner's design was flawless too, and look how that turned out. Thou art familiar with these most daunting technologies, and thus dost thou hold the power to allay his fears. Oh, I'm not sure about that, but, well... Maybe you could tell me if there are any aspects of the ship's design that you're especially worried about. Our ability to walk about and perform our tasks, for one. I've devised a means by which to employ gravity, a spatio-temporal spell, to regulate the environment. But what if it's not strong enough? What if everyone floats away and begins crashing into things as soon as we've left the star? Ah, gravitation. Maybe I can be of help after all. Up there is not so different from down here, you see. The same rules apply, and if you consider them as part of one great big cosmos rather than separate places... I suspect both parties shall find comfort in this conversation. Yet if Thancred's tale be true, still others would benefit from insights born of experience. Might I prevail upon the Laportes to attend to them? An excellent idea, if I do say so myself. There's naught we'd like more than to ease the hearts of the fine people of Etheris, and learn more about them while we're at it. Full glad am I to hear it. Gather thy companions and bring them hither. After, thou hast a gift for finding souls in need of succour. Pray, seek thee out the distressed and apprehensive, and inform them that help is at hand. I shall await them here, that I might introduce each to a suitable Laporte. Oh, I do so look forward to that. A place for every Laporte, and every Laporte in their place. Apologies, but I'm awaiting a delivery. Whatever it is, we'll have to wait. Seems the Gleaner's too busy. For help or otherwise. What the fuck are you? Prabhasa. Oh. I don't think I've seen that model before. Though it kind of looks like the prototype Ixali in the Ether Chemical Research Facility. As a rig. Maybe. Because I think they just had wings. They didn't have, like, arms. Concerns? Nay, there's no point in worrying at this stage. It'll only make the work go that much slower. What am I thinking about? The medical facilities on the ship, of course. I designed them with the assistance of our sages and Chirurgeons, but to imagine every illness or injury one might face in that great expanse is beyond any of us. To say nothing of the effects that living out there indefinitely might have on the body. The crew from the moon! Why did I not think of that? Irascible. I don't even know what that means. Why? If you had a beard and that coat was black, you would look like Xehanort. You! Yes, you idiot! Have you seen an envelope lying about? This imbecile refuses to give me the alchemic I ordered without that bloody slip of parchment. Unless your friends have a spell to make me remember where I dropped my damned envelope, I doubt there'd be more help than you. You've wasted enough of my time as it is. It would be unfortunate for all involved to inflict this man upon the Leporate. Capricious? Aha! The end of the world is nigh, yet the work goes no faster. Schedules are such temperamental things. Feasible one moment, utter bollocks the next. And yet I've never felt so alive! This one's beyond your help. Only sleep can save her now. Yeah. Yeah. I've been there. Oh no, someone's hyperventilating. Oh the gods! My chest is tight! Am I dying? Is this what dying feels like? Oh, do pardon me. I didn't see you there. There's no cause for concern, I assure you. No cause for concern, even though we may need to depart at any moment. And if the hull I designed buckles under the strain, the entire vessel may explode on launch, claiming countless lives and dooming all mankind. But that's highly unlikely. Yes, highly unlikely. Highly. Our visitors can help me triple check for structural flaws, you say? Why, that would be wonderful. I'm breathing more easily already. "56 bunches of weeds in the ground, 56 bunches of weeds. Rip one out, add to the mound, 55 bunches of weeds in the ground." I'm not neglecting my duties, I swear. I was in need of a little break, you see, but then I found myself unable to relax at all, so I went on a walk, and then I noticed these weeds, and... pleasant conversation partners, and oh so fuzzy! Goodness me, that does sound like a much better way to relax. I mean, to be fair, they are very cute. I would enjoy a chat and a cuddle with a Leporate. Oh, a despondent engineer. Just leave me to my misery before I'm gonna appoint someone else. I apologize. I simply don't know what to do. How am I supposed to pilot the Ark if I'm already falling apart under the pressure? You're the pilot, huh? You know a starship pilot that I might speak with? Truly? Well then, there's no time to waste. They can help me prepare for this monumental task. Is anything bothering me? Well, I've been loading cargo for bells now, so my back feels like a void since played it as a piano. My feet and knees has drums and cymbals too. Seems fine, just in need of a break. Understandable. A grimacing naturalist? My face? What's wrong with my... Ooh. Perhaps I am a bit tense. I was tasked with ensuring that the proper fauna, and only the proper fauna, are brought with us to the moon. However, the suitability of a few species is still under debate, and I can hardly make the decision myself when I know so little about the environment up there. Including the Leporates in our discussions is a wonderful idea. I absolutely will, thank you. Perhaps their biology itself might offer some clue as well. Huh? Consult our collaborators? I suppose that would be more effective than sitting here brooding. I'm attempting to calculate how much cargo we can consolidate into fewer trips, should the ether burner make our original estimates unfeasible. But there are simply too many variables. I feel as if my brow will turn inside out. But perhaps our lunar associates will have more insight into how much weight constitutes too much weight for our purposes. Thank you for letting me know. How might I help you? My, what a lovely idea! I too noticed people becoming rather tense, so I rushed out to pluck some fresh and fragrant tea leaves. Now I need only track down 100 or so cups. But don't you worry, I can manage. I hope you plan to cheer everyone up goes well. This woman's doing better than you are. That I was not expecting that, but that's perfect, yeah. Can I go in here? No. Okay, good. One less place to search. Oh. No. Good. You? Ah. Harried etherologist. Blasted assistants. Where have they gone off to at a time like this? Beg pardons, but I have not the time for idle chit-chat. I need to reconfirm that ether levels are consistent throughout the vessel's machinery, and it seems I shall have to do it single-handedly. I swear, when I find those assistants of mine... The pirates are willing to help. Why didn't you say so? At least they won't moan about how they checked 24 times already and haven't slept in weeks. Lazy sods. Yeah. Alright, I have to just find one more. Whilst I'm here... I might be getting just a little bit fucked up, Jesus. Okay, I just need for one more. There we go. I mean, if you're calm, you're probably not it. Skeptical, that'll do it. Have you heard anything of what's on the moon? I have no doubt that we can make it up there, but the searching for a new star part of the plan sounds awfully vague to me. I asked the forum, but they can only tell us that our collaborators have everything under control. Forgive me, but I don't feel particularly safe wandering through the sea of stars on God knows what, made by God knows who. You mean to say that I can speak with them directly? Amazing! I hope they like questions. God damn it. Behold, through thine efforts word hath spread throughout Labyrinthos. Verily, to a far greater number than we anticipated. Livingway doth gather more Laports as we speak. I shall assign each in accordance with their skills, that new bonds of friendship might be forged. Should greater matters require not thine attentions, watch over them, I prithee.
So much in, well, in forever.
Lively, isn't it? The town is abuzz. Everyone eager to meet with our friends on the moon.
Twould behoove you to consult with Sleepingway. As our moon's pilot, his advice should be most pertinent.
I'm impressed. Truth be told, I struggle to tell one from another. No offense intended, of course.
None taken. After you and your friends left Mare Elementorum, we spent no small amount of time with your Urianger. Oh, the conversations we had. He told us all about Atheris, answered our every question, no matter how trifling or trivial. Look! Every page filled to the margins with knowledge. When I first arrived, I was struck by how little I knew. It was daunting. But then I realized that, were it not for Urianger and his teachings, we'd still be stuck on the moon, gazing at your world and wondering what we've been missing.
What would they think if they could see Urianger now? I dare say they'd be more than a bit surprised. And impressed, no doubt. Master Louisoix, Minfilia, Papalimo, and not to forget,
Oh there. Heard there was a visiting expert who we might bother with a few questions. I take it you'd be the one.
Yes, I am.
What's up?
Wilson and Blovida, Sharlayan's foremost researchers in the field of teleportation magic.
Oh.
And Moonbreeder's parents.
It hath been some time. Tis good to see you in good health.
Likewise, old friend. Blovida and I were most honored to answer the call. Never expected this reunion, though, did we, dear?
Arthur, the nerve. Sending that letter, then running off to the gods know where.
Aww.
Do you have any idea how worried we were?
I'm sorry. 'Twas remiss of me not to deliver the news in person. No, more than that. 'Twas I who...
Our daughter was disillusioned after Master Louisoix left her behind. The day the Scions called upon her was the happiest I'd seen her in years. She made her every choice of her own free will. No one could have ever forced her to do otherwise. Don't blame yourself for her death. Celebrate her life. You know that's what she'd want.
If there is one thing we resent you for, it was that we could not be there to mourn her with you.
Aww.
Reading the words you penned in that shaky hand, we must have cried as much for you as we did for her.
I'm sorry. I truly, truly am. I knew not what to say. Knew not how to express my feelings. The poems and platitudes of wiser men, musings on sadness and loss, studied and memorized, and meaningless in the moment.
Silly boy. We are all powerless before such grief. Even now, try as I might, the words escape me. But in our hearts, we know. We always know.
I remember when you were young, how the lads teased you for choosing the company of books over others. Our moon didn't take kindly to that. Be nice to Urianger, she'd shout, and give them a walloping. No matter how many times we scolded her.
So we offered a suggestion. Rather than starting fights, why don't you be the bridge between Urianger and the others? She had to mull it over for a while, arms crossed, brow furrowed in intense thought. But from that day on, she never let you be alone. She'd drag you outside to play, pepper you with endless questions, read the same books you read, all to try and understand you that much better. I'm sure it was annoying and exhausting at the time, but she only ever had the best of intentions.
And look at you now, at the center of the crowd. The reason there even is a crowd, having brought these people together. You've no idea how proud we are.
To see the boy our daughter trusted and believed in more than anyone grow into the man she always knew he could be. I can see her in you too. Feel her. She walks with you wheresoever you go. So thank you, Urianger, for being who you are.
I think I can feel her too. The truth of her life. Not sorrow, but hope and love.
Living Ray.
This moon breeder. She was important to him, wasn't she?
You could ask the man himself.
Oh, no. But watching this exchange reminds me how much I've yet to learn about your world. And its people.
You can live here your entire life and hardly learn a thing. And that's why it's too soon for this to end.
That was adorable. I've not really cared too much about the Moon Breeder stuff, but I really enjoyed that interaction. That was good. Oh, after. Be assured that I am fine. I am full glad to see them too, after so very long. Gladder still that it was in your company. As difficult as it was to accept their kindness, it would have been far harder had I faced them alone. So we're still in level 88. Cool. So I'll be level 89 without an issue. Thou hast my gratitude for lending courage to the Leporics. Not disposed to rest on their laurels, several of our guests have elected to accompany my countrymen to their stations. Some few may still come hither seeking counsel, so I shall remain to aid them as needs be. If thou art needed elsewhere, do not let me detain thee. As a matter of fact, I was hoping you might check on Alizé. Last I saw, she was struggling to carry an enormous pile of boxes out the west gate. I could go myself, but we both know whose help she's less likely to scorn. Not to mention that, much to my misfortune, I can think of several other things I ought to be doing. Until later. Muselfret. Why does that kind of look like an elven young Tidus? Oh, what am I to do? You're that adventurer who helped out the students of Baldessian, aren't you? I suppose it matters not to you, but my son seems to have run away. Why was there a child here in the first place? I thought only researchers lived here. Why was there a child here in the first place? Ah, yes. Simply put, my wife and I work at Apora, and she happened to conceive while we were still living here in Sharlayan Hamlet. I assure you we had many sleepless nights wondering if we should quit our jobs and leave Labyrinthos, or entrust the child to a friend of ours who dwells somewhere more suitable. Ultimately, we decided to continue our work whilst raising the child here. After all, our research is focused on the very future our offspring will inhabit. The issue is, however, that the magic that prevents us from revealing anything confidential is too potent to be used on children. Of course, we can't allow the little one to roam freely. There's no telling what he might impart unto others, so he's spent his entire life thus far within the confines of Charlian Hamlet. We recently had a slight spat with him and, well, he decided to flee. I imagine me going after him would only make things worse. Could I ask you to talk to him in my stead? I'm sure he'd be more willing to listen to anyone other than his parents at this point. Thank you. The Pauline, my boy, is most likely in the plaza to the east. Cannot imagine he struck out any farther at this point. There he is. What? Who are you? I mean, that was a short quest. I am not going to go home so easily. You probably won't believe me either, but I've noticed that all is not right in Labyrinthos. Why don't you try telling me first? I can decide what to believe on my own, thank you. No, try telling me first. Fine. I shall tell you what I've seen. The colour of the artificial light here changed recently. I'm sure most people haven't noticed, but when you've spent your whole life here, the difference is like night and day. Even so, no one will take me seriously when I bring it up. All because of my age. Got into a big fight with father about it. But Labyrinthos is in danger! Who knows what would happen if the artificial sun broke? That's why I can't go home just yet. I need to get to the bottom of this first. Although, I am scared to venture outside on my own. They say there's countless monsters out there. I don't suppose you would come with me? I could pay you. It's not much, but I do get pocket money from my parents. I'll gladly take your money. You don't need to pay me. Thought you were different from the rest, but now you're treating me like a child too. This is a proper deal, alright? You've got to take my money to make it binding. Fair point. Then it's settled. Yee. And not Erenvile, but almost Erenville. You're a visitor to Charlian, aren't you? You do have a worldly look about you. As a gleaner, I too have journeyed far and wide. Tell me, where's the farthest you ventured? Another world? Is that meant to be in jest? The look on your face tells me you're serious. Aye, you should do nicely. You see, I need a more experienced traveller to say a prayer for me before I leave for Girobania. If you would do me the honour, the reactor operator by the tower to the south should have a lantern crystal prepared for the purpose. Okay, so they... Even though this is... You know, an entire nation that is based around science and knowledge and everything, they still have, like, religious custom. Because we even confirmed earlier that the god that they have the massive statue of was more out of convenience than worship. Are you here for the crystal? I hope it does some good for that gleaner. Those folk need all the luck they can get. Lanterns light the way through the darkness, a tool which can mean the difference between life and death. They are synonymous with safe passage, and as such it's become custom in recent days to imbue the crystals inside with the prayers of a more seasoned traveller. And today the traveller's you. Simply face the crystal and pray for the safety of the traveller to be, if you will. A colleague recently told me about the power of Akasa, a concept taught in Razat-Han, and how it reacts to strong emotion. I wonder if this method of praying to a crystal is a manifestation of that power. Well, that should about do it. With luck, your prayers will help guide the gleaner safely through the perils of his journey. Cool. So is that all of the... Yeah, that's all of the side quest ones. So I just have 2 exploration ones to discover. Do you have a lantern crystal for me? Here you go. You have my thanks. With your prayer fueling its light, I have faith that it will keep me safe until my return. And now I depart for Girabania. I hope your travels are successful, as well as mine. Oh, and there's even a wandering Leporit with a quest. I know that I've been avoiding them, but there are some quests, some side quests, the gold ones, that give decent rewards, like minions and mounts that you don't see otherwise, and also that have interesting stories. Like I know there's a whole quest line around the Silver Bazaar about saving it, the location in Thanlan. After, what are you doing here? No, I don't mind if you help with the boxes. It's far from the most exciting of tasks. Are you sure? Well, I appreciate the assistance. We need to get these to Pora. Time's short, of course, but they're full of organic specimens and samples, so try not to be too rough with them. Alphino should be waiting for us when we arrive. I'll see you there. I see someone else is doing this exact stage of the MSQ as well. Ah, you're helping with the crates. Wonderful. You can put that there with the others. You have my gratitude. But how did you come to be involved in this? Then I suppose I have Thancred to thank as well. If you're wondering why we were tasked with bringing these boxes to a pourer to begin with, so was I. It turns out that this is a base of operations of sorts. Those with final say as to what is included in the ship's manifest can be found here. Father included, I expect. That should be everything. You carried all of that at once. Are you trying to injure yourself? Oh, hush. They're lighter than they look. Not everyone has your delicate arms. I suppose we should let someone know that we finished. Theopolden's in the courtyard. We can report to him. Why don't you come along? You should get credit for your assistance, at least. Considering where we are, we might even learn something interesting. So this is the other location. Southeast. In the middle? Gods, it never ends, does it? What can I do for you? We brought samples from Charlie and Hamlet, Series 110. The crates are by the entrance. Ah, thank you. I'd expected one of my colleagues, but we are dreadfully short-handed. Just a moment. You are Fortuno's children, are you not? Alphino and Alizé at your service. You're well acquainted with father, I take it? Quite. I've been friends with your parents since our days at the Studium. I remember when you were yay high, waddling hither and thither. Clearly, it's been quite some time since we've met. It is good to see you again, wielding your father's nuliths, no less. You knew our parents when they were young. What were they like? Pray, spare no detail. I should like nothing more than to regale you. Alas, I am meant to be in charge here, and reams of paperwork want for submission. We can help you with that, in exchange for the sort of stories our parents would never willingly divulge, of course. Very well then. There happen to be 3 sets of documents in need of delivery, so how about you each take one? I wanna get the dirt on their parents. Wait right here. You'll find a foreign representative waiting to collect these near the southernmost structure. Hope I haven't kept her waiting too long. Never mind Alphino and Alizé. I'm certain they'll be back soon enough. Are you not one of the scions of the 7th Dawn? I thought you were meant to be working on the ether burner. Theopolden's paperwork. I was beginning to worry he'd misplaced his quill. I appreciate your help in seeing these documents into my hands. As for your other task, pray, keep this between us. I sincerely hope your scions succeed. The Exodus is, without a doubt, the most monumental undertaking in the history of the Forum, and so we must be circumspect in all respects. Risk is a privilege we cannot afford ourselves. At its heart, however, Charlian has ever been a nation of the curious. It would be a tragedy indeed if we were the ones to stymie your pursuit of truth. Quick and efficient. I dare say you have a talent for this work. The twins' papers only needed to be delivered to elsewhere in the facility, so they should be returning any moment. We return, with not a scrap of paperwork remaining on our persons, you'll note. You both have my thanks, and my apologies for sending you on an errand far below your ambitions. Why, even as a babe, you struggled out of your swaddling clothes, and... That is quite enough of that, thank you. It was compromising stories of our parents that we'd asked to hear, to reiterate. Of course, of course. I've known your father for so long, I must have something. Well, as you know, part of why the Levelurf name garners such respect in Sharlayan is your family's storied history. You two can trace your ancestry directly to those who came aboard Nunkref's Hope, a lineage few can claim. I've never thought much of it myself. It's not as though our forebears founded our nation. They were simply here when it happened. Nevertheless, it has traditionally been a point of pride. It is why Nunkref's pronouncement, renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason, has ever been our family's creed. Until your grandfather's time, aye. Archon Louisoix looked not to Nunkref's words, but his deeds. He asserted, in defiance of his peers, that choosing to save the great and the small from the rising tides was the true mark of our founding's virtue. Perhaps it was his expertise, his knowledge of ancient prophecy and the fall of civilizations, that led him to conclude that to eschew conflict at every turn was to consign mankind to his doom. There will ever be conflict, and calamity will follow. Thus, to ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. You remember his words well indeed. Archon Louisoix lived by that personal creed, and used every means at his disposal to bring succour to those in need, Sharlayan or no. No one loved and admired your grandfather more than his son. Yet Fourcheneau could not reconcile Louisoix's deeds with the philosophy of their forebears and his peers, a philosophy in which he believed so fervently, yet made a pariah of his father. Fourcheneau agonized over this contradiction for much of his life. God's father. A son may carry his father's blood, but his choices are his own to bear. Is it not always thus? Gods know Fourcheneau's a cranky old goat, so I'm sure you butt heads often enough. Yet even so, you must know that you are constantly in his thoughts. Every moment of every day. And that's not an exaggeration in the slightest. You should have seen him when you were born. Barely recognizable he was, with a kind of dumbfounded grin I've not seen since he first took a fancy to your mother. He was practically skipping when he told me the news. Take my word for it. He loves you to an embarrassing degree. But he is also frustratingly single-minded. Once he's decided that a given action is for the best, he will stay the course no matter who or what opposes him. A profoundly annoying habit when you're on the other side of it, as I'm sure you'll agree. I'll say. Thank you for your insight. When next we meet our parents, I shall mention that we spoke. Try not to get me into too much trouble now. I need the forum on my side. Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back to work. I have to make sure those specimens you brought make it into their proper places, or the cranky old goat will have my hide. We can speak again later. Hail, you three. Ah, Graha. Graha! Surely Kokol hasn't driven you out the forge already. For better or for worse, no. However, he has set me a task that requires more than my single pair of hands. And here you are. I could use at least one of you, but I won't object to more. Unfortunately, Alizé and I have prior commitments, and we've delayed too long as it is. What about you, After? Can you spare the time? Perfect. It shouldn't take long. In the event that our, and I quote, promised heap of adamantite falls right out the bloody sky and into my lap, Master Kokol wishes to be ready to put the proverbial hammer to anvil at a moment's notice. To fabricate these parts, however, he needs the flames in Kokol's forge to burn hotter. He sent me to increase the amount of ether being funneled to his furnaces. The flow of fire-aspected ether in Labyrinthos is regulated by an elemental reactor south of here, to which I have borrowed the key. The adjustment will require 2 people to carry out safely, but I can explain the process when we arrive. This is where we part then. We'll see you in Sharlayan Hamlet once the adamantite arrives, if not before. This way then. Is this one that I can probably do? I kind of doubt it. In less than 3 minutes. Group up. Might be okay after all, actually. Be it, right? 20 seconds to spare. Lally ho, Quizzled, how you doing? I'm hopeful, but unsure if we will finish Endwalker today. I don't know, but I think there's a chance we can do it, given that we're mostly done with Labyrinthos, and then we only have the final zone after that. But I don't know. It's either going to be this stream or next stream that we finish the story. The reactor is housed within this facility. I'll be the one to go inside and adjust the fire ether output. When I do, a rather large amount of water-aspected ether will issue from the vent at the top. I expect this to attract at least a few elementals, which we would both rather not be drawn into the reactor itself, trust me. Can I ask that you put down any that draw too near? They'll pose you little trouble, I'm sure. Wait here, if you would. Do you want to know on timescale? I mean, yeah, you could tell me if it's likely. Like, I expect I'm not far off being on level 89 quests. There's probably... Well, no, there will be a dungeon and probably a trial coming up. We haven't... So far, we've only had Zodiac as a trial. So we'll probably do a trial. And then we'll be heading to the final zone, which will probably have at least one other dungeon and I suspect a trial. But that'll be like the last boss of the expansion trial. Did everything go smoothly out there? I thought as much. No major complications to speak of inside either. And the water ether appears to be venting properly. I expect Kokol will have seen a difference in his forge flames by the time I return. Since I have you, there was another matter I wished to discuss with you. Nothing terribly important, merely something I've been considering. Part of this I shared with everyone, yet you, and only you, have been to Elpis. As we have established, refined adamantite is a product of Alag, of the Empire's twilight years, in fact. It was a material which saw much use as part of Allagan's effort to extend beyond the bounds of this world. Dalamud, of course, being the most prominent. There is little to no hope of completing today. Okay. Of those who would push further, expand Allag's empire to encompass the heavens and the stars above, perhaps the greatest was its infamous technologist, Amon. Amon wanted to travel the Sea of Stars? He did. He must have had his own reasons. However, there is no evidence to suggest that he retained memories of his life as an ancient. He only joined the Ascians once the Empire was all but dust, as you know. If not his memory, though, what drove him to pursue the idea with such fervour? This may seem far-fetched, but what if souls, like minds, have a personality, so to speak, a natural disposition towards which they are inclined? We know with relative certainty that it was the gross decadence and inexorable decline of Allag that moved Amon to resurrect Emperor Xande. The Empire's people spoke lightly of death and destruction, experimenting on those they deemed beneath them to fulfill the emptiness in their hearts. In facilitating Xande's return, Amon provided these languid souls with the means to free themselves from the mire of their own indolence. Or would have, had not Xande been convinced by his own death that life itself was meaningless. Amon's desire for his countrymen to conquer the heavens could only be a means to the same end, to instill the people with new purpose. Like Hermes before him, Amon was appalled by how those around him lived, but could never bring himself to believe that those lives were devoid of meaning. And both of them sought that meaning, that hope, in the distant stars. Such is my theory, anyway. Ultimately, it is the consequences of their actions which matter. Their motives are of no moment. And yet, to reach those stars on wings of adamantite, to travel to the ends of creation and beyond, the promise of hope everlasting, that much I do understand. But enough musing for now. Why don't we see how Kokol's getting on? I suppose what I'm not thinking about when I'm thinking about how long it'll take to finish the expansion is how long the dungeons and trials will take. Because if there's a dungeon or two that's like the Therochemical Research Facility, which there probably is, even if that's only the last dungeon, that'll take a while. so where is the last current? To the east. Oh, okay, so we're headed toward it. How do we get into the middle? Or can we only do that once we have flight? Wait, to the northeast. Ah! Hello! Cool, so now we just have to do the quest that gives us an ether current. And we'll have flight in Labyrinthos. Phew! I can feel those flames are blazing from here. Glad you found someone capable, Graha. But there's not much left for you lot to do. Unless you can conjure up that refined adamantite any faster. Oh! Okay, yep. I do trust you to deliver on your promise, I do. Only... I hate waiting! I want that adamantite and I want it now! We, share your impatience, I assure you. Is there truly nothing else we can assist with in the meantime? I wish. This sitting about's unbearable. Pity the forum frowns on recreational explosions. Well, as long as they can't prove it was premeditated. Get you gone. No mistakes to make. In that case, I suppose I should go and return the key to the reactor. I'll have one more look to make sure that nothing has gone wrong, unintentionally or otherwise. I'm certain there are better uses for your time, however. I'll join you in Charlie and Hamlet anon. So, is Kokol basically Mr. Torg? He just loves explosions? Fuck it. If you wait here, your companions are bound to turn up sooner or later.
All set, I take it?
You sure? Feels like it's been a minute.
We finished what we could. Delivered supplies, tracked down escaped animals, trivial tasks as they may be.
That's enough, don't you think? If there was anything more important still undone, that would be a problem in itself.
Very true.
The vessel is essentially ready for departure. All that remains is to load the final batch of supplies and see everyone on board. Once we've readied the ether burner, that is.
Ah, had a feeling we might find you all here.
Our consultations with the Loperites, too, have run their course. Pleased I am to say that our researchers' concerns have for the most part been allayed, though some insist on making adjustments to the very end. For their part, Livingway and her peers have graciously offered to stay and keep the people company, lest any lingering queries go unanswered.
All that remains is to wait for the refined adamantite.
Alphino, are you there? It's me, Cryo. Your special delivery has arrived. Round up everyone and come to the harbor at once.
Speak of the devil. Let us go at once.
This doesn't look like the harbour. Oh, is this how they talk?
Forgive the intrusion, Master Fortuner. I bring urgent news.
To Heidelin.
A great commotion has broken out in Scholar's Harbour. Your presence is requested, with all speed.
Now, where might this delivery be? Oh.
Hello, Jesus Christ. Just a bit of adamantite then. Wait, even the airship?
I'm sure it's very important, but we cannot accept these without the proper permits.
By the 12! Surely, these can't all be.
Even the sky pirates?
Bleeding hellfire! They're bringing them by sea and by air. All these folks in these crates.
And more on the way. Got your adamantite right here. A bigger haul than any of these sorry bastards brought, and that's no lie.
Yes, because you were charged with seeing the shipments from Gridania and Uldar here, along with your own. Give credit where credit is due.
Sounds like the sorry whinging of a sore loser. An hypocrite to boot. Ain't no way a scrawny whelp like you took a dozen steps inside a Dalamon shard.
I'll have you know I went all the way to the entrance. Furthermore, 'twas my contacts that enabled us to enlist the cooperation of the Sky Pirates.
Left you outside so you wouldn't get anyone killed, did they? Well then, credit where credit's due, you did a right fine job sitting on your ass.
Take that back.
Make me.
Once again, it's the bits that aren't subtitled that are the best.
My, what a grand welcome party.
Hancock and Soroban.
We come bearing relics both sacred and Allegan, as well as a few other gifts that may be of help, to be presented with best wishes from the Eastern Alliance. Our friends in Bosnia, for instance, have sent along a few artifacts for the brave allies of the Resistance. That's you. And we brought a number of items from Eureka as well, courtesy of one Ejika Sunjika. He says a little advance warning would have been appreciated by the by.
I myself have come with a sacred relic of Rayson Temple. 'Twas passing fortunate that Senri's dango craving brought us to Kugane. We arrived precisely as Hancock was making his arrangements. Upon learning of your need, we made haste back to Hell's Lid, with our dango, never fear, and consulted with the other auspices. All consented to the lending of Tenzin's legendary Phoenix Blade for this noble cause. Suzaku and Seiryu were nevertheless worried that it might be lost in transit, however, and insisted upon accompanying me to Onakoru, where I had intended to entrust it to our Confederate allies. I thought instead to give it over to Hancock when we chanced to cross paths yet again. But alas, Seiryu remained ill at ease, and ordered me see the blade into your hands personally, or die trying.
We did, of course, need quite the impressive vessel to get it all here in time. Fortunately, our majestic associates have been more than helpful. 'Tis an honor to join the Warrior of Light on another adventure, they tell me.
That is all wonderful to hear, but what of the extraordinary cost? I shudder to think of the ransom we must pay for such a bounty.
Fret not for your coin purse, young Alphino. Lord Lolorito looks ever towards the profits of the future, and thus the East Aldenar Trading Company went to some lengths to reduce the financial liability. And since the Scions funded the entire venture, not a gill need be rendered up in compensation. Everything is already yours.
We funded the venture? When?
Don't let the name fool you. This coin keeper knows a thing or two about spending.
The entrance.
When it comes to capital investiture, a sprinkling of gil here and there will not do. You need enough savings to make waves when it really counts, which is why frugality is paramount. We also had the benefit of a generous patron. Generous being rather an understatement.
Oh?
She has supported us from the shadows since the very founding of the Scions. We even had coffers to fill.
Mother!
Mother!
Chameleons.
I remain, of course, an entirely neutral party. I simply thought our family's coffers were needlessly full. We can hardly take them with us on your teeny-tiny toy boat, now can we? And 'twould be a shame to leave all that hard-earned wealth unspent. Waste not.
However did you manage so much in so short a time, though? We expected word to reach only a fraction of our allies.
Did I not tell you I have my ways?
Erenville.
Erenville? You were involved too.
I received a letter from Cryo after we parted ways in Labyrinthos. She explained what the Scions were trying to accomplish, and why you might soon require the services of the Gleaners, spread across the world as we are. I pray you do not interpret this as a betrayal of Charlie. I accept that the Forum's aim in pushing us to our limits was to preserve what knowledge we have, and I bear you no ill will for it. Yet, in collecting that knowledge, what I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know. That is why I chose to help the Scions, to combat the obliteration of those countless, undiscovered wonders. I held no illusions that they would be less demanding taskmasters, though, rest assured, if I had, I would have been sorely disappointed. To make a long story short, the whole of the guildship cooperated to ensure your call was heard far and wide.
Even Alpha? Even
What's
Alpha?
this about a ship that can fly to the moon?
Of course Sid would be interested.
And why didn't you mention it sooner? The one time you don't beg my aid, your problem's a bloody ship that can fly to the moon.
Sid, you brought the team.
Of course. Garland Ironworks' finest. You need only point us towards my new favorite ship. Oh, I nearly forgot. We stopped by Whirlit before coming here and picked up a package from Gaius.
Oh?
He's still of the mind that actions make for better penance than words, contrite or otherwise, so we offer none of the latter. What he sent is an Allagan relic Valens used in his weapons experiments. Has a fair bit of refined adamantite in it too.
This is making me feel so good
As you
about
like
having
us
done
not
everything.
suspect, we've also brought adamantite for Mordona's Dalamud Shard. I admit to some consternation upon first receiving Kryl's message. So few scions remain at the Rising Stones now. Far too few for such an expedition. However, the Gleaners were able to secure us reinforcements. Idleshires, treasure hunters, not least among them. I know. How the Gobbyflock fought. Slowfix's gratitude for the safe return of his daughter has not waned, and he gathered his kin to our side with an astounding quickness. The clash between their machina and the Allagan defences was a sight to behold. I wager even you would have been impressed by the magnitude of the gobby booms.
Fascinating as all this is, I fail to see how it explains your presence here. Does Razat Han not have more pressing concerns?
We do. Yet averting the final days would be the most expedient solution. That, and I am indebted to you. Though they chose to take their leave of Thavnair, those you saved in Galimund remain my people. My gratitude is beyond words. 'Tis appropriate that I aid you in kind. If in the doing we bring salvation to others of this star, so much the better. You will recall that I spoke of my father, Midgard Summer, and his journey across the great expanse. As he traveled betwixt the stars, his resplendent scales drank of the ether in those nigh empty surrounds, and imparted to him the strength to persevere. Thinking they might further your cause, I called out to my kin for consent. Ashdaya's answer was silence, as ever. Tiamat and Chrisvelgre, however, responded favorably to the suggestion. My sire, too, stirred from his slumber long enough to speak and say, "Very well." Thus have I brought you his own worm scales. Fit them to your purpose, and seek a worthier fate for us all.
So there's one dragon that we've still not heard from.
You'd be hard-pressed to find someone else so familiar with the unique properties of dragon scales. So I invited myself along.
Bugger me, this is so unbelievable. I've gone right back round to believing it again. Forget a 6% gain in efficiency. With all these goodies, we could get 7, no, 10, no, 14 bleeding %. Think of how far we could go! What we could do with that much power! What we could blow up!
If Kokol is duly convinced, then it must be true. In which case, the Scion's end of the bargain has been fulfilled. Would you not agree?
Oh. Tense.
Yes, Father?
I know not what you seek of Hydaelyn, nor for what purpose you would take command of our ship. Yet this much is certain. To do so will be to dictate the fate of this star and the lives upon it. The lives of each and every creature, in their magnitude and their fragility. Do you understand? And are you prepared?
We have seen and we have felt how much each life shapes this world. And so we are determined to abandon none. We understand what is at stake, and we are prepared to bear this burden.
Then I will bear it with you. I beg you, share your struggles with me. As family. You grasped my fingers with such tiny hands the day you were born. I thought my heart might burst. It was love and happiness beyond expression. Overwhelming. And a conviction so powerful that I trembled with something close to rage. I had heard the final days foretold. I swore to myself then and there that I would not let them steal your futures. The great exodus would succeed, must succeed. No sacrifice or sin was worse than the alternative. If anything gave me pause, 'twas mine own father. The Archon Louisoix openly decried Charlian's policies, a perspective which I regarded with increasing disdain as I grew older. Yet even as part of me thought him a fool, perhaps I also hoped that he, of all people, would devise a brilliant means to save my children. A naive hope, but stubborn enough that I could never bring myself to keep you apart. No, that was his doing, when he perished at Carteneau. As we pulled that twisted slab of Dalamud from the sea, I remembered the warmth of your newborn touch. Chastened, I vowed never again to suffer any interference in my mission to protect you. No matter that you yourselves wished otherwise. Detest me, fight me tooth and nail, I would suffer it, and more, and be satisfied so long as I could force you onto the ship. I was wrong. You two have grown so much stronger and so much wiser than I dared dream. You have earned the right to walk your own path, and already begun to do so.
Good. Because there are things we care about, and people we love, and none of them is replaceable. Not a one.
It cannot have been an easy journey for you to have come so far.
We shall be glad to acquaint you with the finer details someday, once this danger has passed. All that we have seen and heard, that we have felt and learned in our travels. Ours is not a kind world, but it is beautiful. Always.
Oh no. Are you quite sure that's wise? After all, someone turns pale and flees the room when he sees so much as an envelope containing word of your adventures. Whatever will happen if he learns what you were really up to?
Amelians. Though I have wronged my children most gravely, I owe you an apology as well. I assumed that it was the Scion's influence that made them so keen to charge headlong into danger. Yours, in particular. I see now that said influence instead brought them together with the many fine people gathered here today. In which case, I hope you continue to guide them.
If we've finished loitering about the harbor, might I suggest we put our plans into motion? People are beginning to look confused.
Perhaps you can spare a few words ere they resume the tedious lugging of cargo. You've no small number of friends and admirers here after all.
True, I'm also distinctly connected with them all. I really like this, though, the interconnectedness and bringing what's happened in all of the previous expansions together. Lend us your strength. Our moment of triumph is close at hand. With me. You bad influence, you. Oh, I'm the worst.
Your assistance is appreciated. Now, in an orderly fashion, if you please.
I love the fact that there's even fucking alpha, though. Okay, they're all busy. They've all gone off to do the things they need to do. Oh, the gobbies are here! We finally managed to clear the harbour, which means the rest is in the engineer's capable hands. Meanwhile, Father has issued us an invitation. As was agreed, he will reveal the means by which Heidelin may be contacted. We are to meet him in Apora when we're ready. Given the vital knowledge she holds, I suggest we leave without delay. It transpires, however, that the Forum's method for speaking with her is not without risks. I'm curious as to hear what those might entail, but regardless, be warned. Most of those who arrived with the Adamantite have offered to stay and see to any remaining tasks that need doing. Forum has already asked for my assistance in overseeing the process, so you needn't worry about a thing. Thank you, Tataru. We're off to Apora then. Little cutie. That was just straight up a reindeer. That was just straight up a reindeer that I got a hunting log for. Not some fantasy creature, no, just straight up fucking Rudolph. I got shorts, bitches. Huh? There's a locked box and a mysterious maiden. Secret in the box. Oh. Fine. Keep your secrets. Where am I going with this? Once I'm caught up with stuff, it's possible, though it's not a promise, that will go back and do some of the more interesting side quests. After I've already shown the others inside, you will want to speak with Clara Lane. She is the key to the lift and can send you down after me. Why can I not just go with you? You're with Master Fortuno, yes? Just step inside the lift here. So does this take me to the middle? Presumably, yes. From here, we proceed to the heart of Labyrinthos, and its most closely guarded secret, Thormazine. It marks the beginning and end of our efforts, whence we delve to seek audience with the star, and whence we will embark on our journey to the heavens. This way, if you please. High-tech looking door. Oh! That is not what I expected it to look like. I was expecting it to look like the Lunar Whale or Ragnarok. I mean, this legitimately looks like something out of Xenoblade. Even down to the color scheme. I bid you welcome to Thormazine. Direct your attention towards its center to behold the arc over which we have long labored. As you can see, 'twas designed as a medium-sized craft, the better to reduce fuel consumption. Miniaturizing magics have been applied to its interior to ensure that the thrust-to-weight ratio does not place too great a limitation on its freight capacity. So it's bigger on the inside. The ether burner, as you know, has been removed for further modification, but we shall reattach it soon enough. I've received word that Kokul and several of your allies are working on it with an intense fervour. They are sure to see it done. It was by their expertise that many a prior disaster was averted. If anything, I fear they will not afford us much time for speaking with Heidelin ere they finish. Point taken. Let us move on. I must warn you again, however, that even with the benefit of our device, to treat with her is not a simple feat. I have done what I can to impress upon you the gravity of what lies ahead. Are you prepared? Bitch, I can fly. Can't I? Can I not fly in here? Is this not considered... Okay, I can't fly in here. This might be considered inside, like, a building, then. Huh. Alright. Her children one and all. Crystal Mommy! And level 89 quests. We make for the lift at the center of this chamber. Come. Okay. I've got my own spaceship. It really is surprisingly small for an arc. Like, I understand it's using miniaturizing magic so that it's bigger on the inside. But still, I was expecting something a fair bit big. Like, that's smaller than the Dalriada. As you all know, alongside our physical world exists an ethereal plane, what we refer to as the ethereal sea. At the heart of the star, the physical and ethereal are one and the same. Thus, the deeper we go, easier it becomes to pass between said planes. We utilize this principle in constructing the anti-tower, and once more here in Thormazine. No sooner did the Forum decide an exodus from the star would be necessary than it began work on this facility. Our work culminated in a device that allows us to peer deeper into the ethereal sea than ever before, in search of Heidelin's ever fainter echoes. The Aishascope. Can you communicate with her through this device? For a time, yes. But since the 7th Umbral Calamity, it has been rare to hear even a whisper. If you wish to reach her, you must journey closer to the center of the star than we have ever dared, beyond the Aishascope. Even so, I make no guarantee you will find her, nor of your safety, not so deep in the ethereal sea. We understand, but if we are to deliver this world, we have no choice but to try. I know. I only wish we could do more than observe your progress from afar. The Aishascope's ocular lens, by which we may peer into the ethereal sea without placing ourselves at hazard, lies above us. Through it, we can watch and guide you. In those swirling depths, there are pockets of ether so dense and turbulent they can unravel one's soul. If we determine you are at risk of coming into contact with such a pocket, we will recall you with teleportation magics. To that end, it would be best if one familiar with the composition of your souls remained here to assist in assessing said risk. Otherwise, there is an increasing probability that we will extract you too early or too late. So, either Kryl or Y'shtola. Please, allow me. I have thought upon this much, and in truth, I do not believe that I am fit to join you in the trials ahead. The events at the Tower of Babel drained me, yes, but even before that, your capabilities far outstripped my own. This is no time to have a weak link in our vanguard, no matter how much she may wish it were otherwise. If I assist in the manner Master Fortuno has laid out, however, I may still be of use. Will you trust me in doing so? I can think of none I trust more. Compared to all that effort you put into keeping us alive while our souls were in the first, preventing us from dissolving into ether on a single expedition, ought to pose no challenge at all. And even if we did, I expect you would hunt us down and restore us to health somehow. You flatter me, but rest assured that I will be keeping a close eye on all of you. There is one more thing. Those in ages past referred to the ethereal sea as the underworld, our final resting place. In its embrace is memory washed away, leaving only the purity of one's soul, or so we believe. Yet what of these memories? You think to ask what becomes of them, cast adrift on ethereal tides. Some theorize that they linger for some time, those associated with strong sentiment in particular. In those depths, memories of the departed may even coalesce around you, for hatred or for love. Thus do I caution you to be wary, but also to have faith. Remember those who did gladly extend a hand to you, that they may lift you up once more. So, I'm presuming this is going to be a dungeon. Yep. It was either going to be a dungeon or it was going to lead to the final zone, but that wouldn't make a lot of sense because we've still got to travel to wherever Meteion is. Okay. Give me a minute and I'll log in. Alright. In that case, let me pop to the toilet. Yeah. I'm back. I require a snack. What about some dried blueberries? That'll do. I'll be honest, I can barely tell the difference between raisins. Oh, okay, no, they have a different aftertaste. You're just DC traveling. No worries. Do I need gear on anything? I don't think so. Oh, apparently I do need a hat. Oh, can't apply glamours here. Oh yeah, it's not a sanctuary. I kind of expected that it would be, given that I can't fly in here. Fair enough. To be fair, I don't need to stand here in order to go into the dungeon. I could queue in from anywhere. So I could I could like teleport to Apora, which would make it easier for Quizzle to come find us. That would probably be the smart thing to do. But at the same time, I don't know how far they are, so it could just be moving it away from them. You're almost there. Okay. I will stay where I am then. Hello. This isn't Kryle. Do I want to ask how many Lalas you have? Okay. Do I want to do this as Viper? You'd be showing you're crazy if you told me. Okay. All right, let's go. I will do this as Viper because the only other choice I really have, unless I tanked, is Picto. Because everything else is at 98 and I'm not quite ready yet. You have 6 on Lich alone. Oh dear God. Fair enough. Yep, you must have a lot of Lalas then. Fair enough. I've been contemplating starting a female Hrothgar. But I've invested so much time into this character. And even if I was to start another character, I'd only be able to do content up to the point that this character is at. It feels a bit like a waste. If I was to start playing with like a friend, and they're going through the MSQ, I would create a new character. And in that case, yeah, I'd probably do female Hrothgar. Although I don't know what the animations for Fem Froth look like. So it's possible that I might actually go either Highlander or Femro. Tutu, Lokaka, and now Skylo are all from Lich. Oh. I suppose one of the things that I should also remember is when I created this character, initially I was going to have my Femro wife with me. Because Tingles was playing as well. But life finds a way to get in the way. And Logic, yeah. Logic was around as well. Once up to date, it's easier to keep up and do an alt. That's fair, yeah. Though going through a Realm Reborn again. Oy. If I was to do an alt, I would probably buy a skip to get through a Realm Reborn. It's not that it's bad. It's just a slog. Though I suppose the benefit of doing another playthrough would be remembering the stuff, like now, remembering what happens with Gaius down the line and in Whirlit and stuff like that, instead of just thinking of him as the big bad and stuff like that. Though I still have all of the Hildebrand questline to look forward to, so that we can unlock the Endwalker relics. And I have never done any of the Hildebrand quests, so I have no idea what to expect. Other than I know that they're kind of ridiculous, because I've seen the fate in Thanalan with a bunch of zombies, well-dressed zombies, I think it is. And I know that's linked to the Hildebrand questline. I also know that that's where you meet Ultros and the snorty one, Typhon, because when I was looking up Blue Mage stuff, they would come up. I also have every single crafter and gatherer quest. You've started the Hildebrand, but you never got past a Realm Reborn with it, though. Ah, well, you might be able to join us for going through that together, then. Because that will be coming up soon. Ooh. It's almost like a space elevator. All you can say here is pay attention. Uh-oh.
All seems in order with the lens, and I trust you can hear me. Those things are pure malcontent, the residue of lives unfulfilled.
Yin Yang? If this is going through memories and stuff, I'm expecting there to be more callbacks to previous expansions and stuff. I'm hoping for it, to be honest. But it kind of reminds me of the Datascape with Omega. Ilberd? What? Why is he the first one? I mean, I suppose he would have lingering resentments and stuff. Although this is him in his Crystal Braves attire, not even his Griffin. Wait, that's Louis Soir's star. Memory of a principled scion takes form. So, but is that Louis Soir or is it Minfilia? Because that was the broken star. Livia! You cannot take this from me. Okay, but she's using the Paliferosti rig? I did the City of Mark on Alliance Roulette last night. Okay, but this is Livia. Okay. That's more like Scathar. Livia is the white armored Garlean that we kill in Castrum Meridianum. Bear my pain unto my enemy's breast. I think that this fight would be more interesting if it was more reminiscent of her actual fight.
Follow the flow of ether.
Ooh.
It will guide you.
That was cool though. Ooh.
The ether is too dense. Ah, I'm losing you.
Ooh. This is cool. Moonbreeder's weapon. In a rush of familiar affection, the memory of a valiant Archon takes form. Or at least I think that was her weapon. I mean, to be honest, that looks like an adjusted version of her weapon. A better looking version. Poor Chiffon. Oh. Oh, really? Ritanti. I mean, that's an interesting model for him, at least. This guy didn't even really get a proper... This guy was more important before they refandangled the MSQ. But this is the other Garlean general that we fight in A Realm Reborn. I think he just became an instanced level sync moment, as opposed to having a trial or anything. Oh, okay, they're going to break the crystal and we run it. Yeah, okay. I mean, I like the model. I like the rig that they've done with. It makes sense for this guy. But are we just gonna be fighting Garleans? Are there not going to be, like, any Ascians? Because since we've killed them, they would have returned to the Ethereal Sea, right? I didn't hate that fight, but again, Lord Van Baelsar, again, I have failed you. I'm only getting accessories so far. Right! I must admit, though, I fucking love the way this area looks. It's cool as fuck. Okay, well, these enemies are now reminding me of Siren Song C. But that could just be because that's the recycled model. Minthelia's spirit. Oh. Oh.
So bold, so headstrong, stubborn to the last.
Is this going to be an Ascian? Like La Habrea? Wait.
This is as far as you go.
Is that fucking Ammon? Yeah, that is. Ammon the Undying. Okay.
Many faces have I worn, but this is my favorite by far.
But so is this not Hermes? Or because he's sundered, does he not have the memories of Hermes and the
persist in this folly no longer. The stage is set.
Wait. Is that? No. No, it's not the thing. Not Kairos. Oh, his left. Not our left. Sneaky fuck.
Let the curtains rise for the main attraction.
How do you do curtain call without ice? A bracing wind leaps from the pages of Yasal? Shiva! And she's gonna create the ice. Ah, okay. It's all coming together.
My, what a boorish audience you are.
Oh shit. Oh, I could have LB'd, yeah. My bad.
Lies. All lies.
Ooh. Reawaken. Deliver an attack with a potency of 750 for the first enemy. 60% for all remaining. Grants 4 stacks of Anguin Tribute. Serve to fill Serpent Offering Gauge. Once sufficient energy has been stored, you can activate Reawaken, which will open Anguin Tributes on the gauge. These tributes can be used to execute several special weapon skills unique to your reawakened state. So I know that that's basically was it Awaken? Or was it just Limit in FF9? The grumpy face that it defaulted back to. Awesome. Well, there we go. That was the Aisha scope. Let's see what's in it for us next, shall we? Oh wait, hold on, real quick. I can do this. Yeah. Stupid sexy. Stupid sexy Viper. Just in time for the cutscenes. Wait, they're crashing. Why did they crash? Oh.
My very essence begins to wane. Sweet, sweet agony.
By the way, who had the staff last?
Leave this to her.
As in Louis Soir's staff. Don't the twins have it?
Come to deal the coup de grace. Good. Watching you struggle against the inevitable is bad comedy. Erase me from existence, soul and all.
Not the twins. Do we have it? It was given to someone to channel vast amounts of ether. I remember that much. I forget who had it last then. I remember that Minfilia was protecting it against a certain grumpy Lalafell. A grumpy Lalafell. But the only two Lalas in the Scions are Kryl and Tataru. I'm not sure I'd necessarily call either of those grumpy. Who was partnered with Ida? Oh, Papalimo. Yes, okay, no, he would be grumpy. Okay, so it was Papalimo that was helping us. Not Louis Soir. I suppose if Louis Soir was the one that was helping us, the staff wouldn't have been shattered. Which makes sense. Do you have any memories of Meteion?
How would you know that name?
Yes. So he does remember.
Then it was you. In Elpis. With Emmet-Selk. The final pieces fall into place. In my halcyon days, as the mortal Ammon, I was haunted by a dream. Night after night, the faceless multitude, the voiceless cries, shards of shattered memories. But slowly, the fog began to clear. This was Elpis. And I was Hermes. Recurring though it was, I paid this dream little heed. It was only when I was granted the seat and memories of Fandaniel that I knew these visions to be true. They were the memories of Hermes that he himself erased using the power of Kairos. Or so he thought. In his attempt to burn away the events of that fateful day, he succeeded only in searing them more deeply into his soul. My soul. Death failed to expunge them, no matter how many times it came. Rebirth after rebirth, from one Fandaniel to the next. I wonder, is Emmet-Selk adrift somewhere in this ethereal sea? In defeat, finally remembering your time together in Elpis? How it must gall him to be entrusted with knowledge of the final days, only to be rendered powerless to act upon it. So many lifetimes dedicated to restoring his beloved Amarok in blissful ignorance. Oh, folly! But make no mistake. My life as Hermes is not the reason I invited the world's end. I have lived. I have struggled. I have dredged the very depths of despair. And in the detritus of existence, I found the truth. I served a great ruler, powerful beyond measure. The world his dominion. Yet even he and his vast empire were destined to fall, to become one with oblivion. At the end of life's journey lies only death. So I ask you, why live at all?
What happens in between?
We betray. We torment. We murder. We are wicked, spiteful creatures, without exception. If life is so sacred, so precious, why fill it with such misery? Man wallows in a hell of his own making without purpose or meaning. To live is to suffer, and I would end that suffering by my own hand. It matters not if it flies in the face of all believed right and just. Death is the only solution!
Then that's your
That is my
decision.
truth. My answer to the question. And yet...
Yeah, your answer, not everyone else's.
Even as the words pass my lips, I am filled with doubt. Has my search reached its end? Was this the only way? After all these years. Is this the answer I was hoping for?
The lamentations of the damned. How it vexes me to see your conviction falter at the last.
That sounds like
Still clinging to existence, I see.
Asahi Fandaniel.
You, who champion death so fervently, unwilling to accept your own, refusing to be purified and swept into the sea of souls. As do I. We prisoners to men, watching as the world turns. Though unlike me, you will be spared the ignominy of having your corpse made a puppet, dancing to
Okay, so this is Asahi.
Is that Asahi?
How very astute. But let me be clear, I have not come to consort with the likes of you. Nor have I come to bemoan the state of the world following my untimely demise. In fact, I delight in mankind's downfall and the anguish it brings the savior of the savages. If I played some small part in the chaos, all the better. Not that I was in any position to resist. But to be made accomplice to the betrayal of Lord Xenos. I would die 1,000 deaths to exact my vengeance. Now you are at my mercy. I shall drag us both into oblivion, and you will never see the fulfillment of your magnum opus. Even should you be reborn, your desperate search for answers must start again.
I'll do what must be done. Next time, we will find the answer together. Ooh. Next time, we'll find the answer together. Of course, Asahi's still a fucking Xenos fanboy.
Even here, even now, you have every right to hate me. For the fool I was. For the monster I became. But I will not beg forgiveness. The tale of Hermes, the man who knew so much, yet understood so little, ends here.
I'm melting.
Don't try to follow me. I had more of you people than I could stomach in life. Never mind in death.
Likewise, I pray we do not meet again.
You had better hope not.
Come. Hydaelyn is waiting.
Ooh. This platform looks snazzy. Crystal Mommy! Crystal Mommy!
Brave travelers, I welcome you.
Ooh. Dang. We meet again, Vana.
I see. Thou didst journey under Elpis. And now, the rivers of time converge. I know why you have come. Yet I would hear you speak your reasons all the same.
You created the moon to deliver mankind from the final days. But is that really how it has to end? We do not wish to abandon this world. We want to protect the source and all of its shards.
To flee is but one of two paths. The other leadeth to Meteon, far beyond the stars, where she doth chant creation's requiem. Her domain is formed of dynamis, pure, absolute. Where emotion and memory govern all, ether will avail you naught. Meteon hath gathered the pain and despair of countless stars, and to go unprepared is to go unto your doom.
We'll beat her. We'll win. I swear it. Is what I might have said once. After everything I've seen, all the times I've succumbed to my own anger and fear. I can no longer pretend that courage and faith will be enough. But are we truly so powerless that our only choice is to flee?
Far from it, my child. Long ago, the inhabitants of myriad stars, many more prosperous than Atheris, sought to free their worlds from life's woes. Sorrow and anger, conflict and hostility, despair, and even death itself. But as Meteon reported, every attempt ended in failure. Darkness abideth within every living being, and can never be cast out. Neither reason nor faith can challenge this immutable truth. To live is to suffer. And in suffering, find strength and purpose and hope. As you have done so many times before. Thou dost pursue an impossible dream, yet knowing this, you pursue it nevertheless. And thou hast learned to depend on others as they do thee. Thy yearning for the power to save the powerless hath ever driven thee to greater heights. Thou hast grown strong. Though those closest to thee no longer walketh by thy side, their love remaineth thy guiding light. For duty's sake, thou hast been bound by truths unutterable time and time again. Yet thy heart hath never wavered, as thy companions will attest. In thy pursuit of mysteries great, all thou believest is brought into question. Undaunted, thy thirst for knowledge remaineth unquenched. The fires of hatred that once burned in thy heart burneth no more. From their ashes doth spring the light of love, warm and pure. As witness to black calamity, thou despaired at man's helplessness. Resolved, thou didst unite a distant world on the brink of collapse. And thou, my champion, when all did seem lost, thou never abandoned hope. For every trial and every foe that did bar thy way, thou hast proven equal to the challenge, drawing courage from the many bonds forged on thy journey. You have all known despair, and though the end approacheth, you walk on, heads held high. Therein lieth your power, the strength to silence the song of oblivion.
Then there is a means to confront her.
Yes, if you should prove yourselves worthy. Hark! Nigh impossible is it to send mortals to the edge of the universe. Should you fail, there will be no second chance.
What are you doing?
As the ruler of the star, I ask of you this. Do you possess the fortitude to stand firm when all around you doth crumble? Do you possess the faith to vanquish despair itself? Should you lack the strength to best a supreme deity, I cannot allow you to make the journey.
No, Crystal Mommy, no.
You must leave this star and never return. Prepare yourselves.
We have to fight Crystal Mommy?
Sounds straightforward enough.
Aye, no room for confusion there. In any case, we've come too far to back down now.
I am of the same mind. What power I have, I shall bring to bear.
The three of you seem to be forgetting who we're up against. It's not every day we battle a divine being of untold power. Well, not quite every day. Do try not to get underfoot. Needless to say, there'll be no margin for error.
Let us hold nothing back. For the people of this world and those beyond the rift.
Alas, the question I posed to thee in Elpis hath remained unanswered these long years. I would hear thy response, warrior of light. Shouldst thou emerge victorious?
God damn. During this quest, and when using the duty support system, you have the opportunity to undertake this trial with a party of scions. Some of these allies' roles will differ from those you're normally able to select. But Crystal Mommy! Oh god. Crystal Mommy, no! I want to... I don't want... No, not the crotch. Crystal Mommy. You know, at school and your friends would be going on about how fit your mum is. Yeah. It's the fact that you can see, especially like on the back of her legs, you can see like those creases and stuff. Like, she's wearing a catsuit. Like, that's the thing as well. This isn't just her skin. No, she's wearing a catsuit. Which is an odd attention to detail. But like, you can also see her gloves. She's wearing gloves. That's not just her hands and the skin. She kind of reminds me of Eden, though, with the like halo and the wings and stuff. It's vaguely reminiscent of Eden. Okay. Is this level 89 or is this... Are we on to level 90 stuff now? No, it's still 89. Okay. Just checking you're not AFK. Okay, so we have to fight Crystal Mommy. Oh, I'm assuming we're not gonna kill her though. I'm guessing that this is more of a sparring to prove our strength kind of thing. Must admit though, I fucking love this location. Cool as shit. Wait, exit to the ethereal sea. Oh. This isn't the ethereal sea. Oh yeah, I can't apply glams here. If Zodiac is the personification of darkness, Hydaelyn suits the look of the personification of light. Very true. And there's a hunt train in Labyrinthos. Ooh. Level 100 gear. We are presumably not far off. Having access to most, if not all, of the content in Endwalker. So, yeah. I can get to level 100 soon. The other thing is that Zodiac looked monstrous. I mean, honestly, Zodiac kind of looked a bit reminiscent of Ifrit in other Final Fantasies. Like, where he's more humanoid than dog. Okay, so I can fly out here. There are no ether currents, you cannot fly any further. Okay, so you just can't fly in here. You know what, that is a point. We could do some fates. Whilst we wait. At the very least, I can grab this part of the map. Oh, we have to protect. Protect the sheep. Protect the sheep. Sheep have been protected. Wasted 14. Interesting name for a fate. This is taking a little bit longer to pop, huh? I could always switch to a healer as well, but I don't know if that would actually help very much. I mean, it's about to be the daily reset, so we might get people doing their resets. People are probably just holding off. The thing is, if you queue in before the reset, you still get the bonuses if you complete it after the reset. Like if you start the duty before, but then it changes whilst you're in the duty. At least I think so. Let's go do the wasted 14. I'm interested in what that is. What the fuck? Slimes? Etheric gelatin. Delicious. Wastewater with a high concentration of etheric energy should never be allowed to flow near an elemental reactor. There are several gelatinous reasons why, and all of them. Okay. This is wastewater, so this is shit. These are shit slimes. Could we get to steamed vegetable? Maybe. Oh yeah, we should be able to get to this. Steamy Samantha. How did I get hit? Was it because I rode through on the paint splat? Must be. This is taking a while to pop, huh? Well moisturized researcher? I'm almost worried to find out what that means. Moisture farm. Apparently that's what we're doing here. Is this enough? Oh hey, that's Hydato's crystals. I mean, it was right here. This really doesn't want to pop, does it? I may have bitten off more than I can chew. Oh god. Thank you. Thank you for the assist. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't do those crawls. Maybe that's a bad idea. Ah! Well, we're so close. We need to finish this phase. There we go. Crystal Mommy!
I, the last of my kind, shall test thee. Come, prove thy worth!
By that, do you mean the last of the Unsundered?
Have you the strength of will to alter man's fate? A change of arms. May the test continue.
Okay, so similar to our fight against the Gnar. She mixes up
Where near or far.
what she uses. Okay. Yeah, so now she's using the dancer weapons.
And now this! Light unyielding!
Oh. Yeah, don't stand in the bad.
By blade!
Ah! I stood in the bad. I appear to enjoy standing in the bad. I promise it's not intentional. Okay, so that one, get inside it. I apparently didn't get inside it fast enough.
By blade!
Okay, so don't be in cardinal. Is that into cardinal?
Crystals of light, to me!
Transition? Ooh! Ah. Okay. You little bitch.
The song of creation's end. Feel. The sorrow at hope's demise. Think. And find your way in the darkness. Follow your light. Or fly, my children, and never look back. Then you are resolved.
Really should have been using the downtime.
This test is far from over. My crystal's light.
Oh.
Light unyielding.
Ow. I do not know this fight, in case that wasn't obvious.
Refulgence eternal.
Oh, okay, that's how that works. Alright. We want to be inside her?
We're near or far.
Okay. I think for the first time I'm actually having to think about mana as a pick type.
Succumb not to fear!
Though it's not exactly like I do a lot of Picto in Trials. They're very slowly.
Light unyielding!
Thank God for the healers. Jesus. Okay, so we want to be inside her.
We're near or far.
Oh, I went too far out. I touched the bad. I'm sorry. I touched the bad. Thank you, Quizzled. Yay! Death! Woohoo! I am really pulling my weight. Jesus Christ. I'm doing fucking nothing, man. Woo! Woohoo! Why am I even here, man? Jesus.
At last, man has the strength to.
You enjoyed that? Was that because of the amount of times I died? That was terrible playing on my part. I didn't quite work out when they do the cross attack. Or in what directions they do it.
This can't be happening.
Did we just kill God? It truly is a Final Fantasy.
Though my power is in constant flux, I have always kept a reserve for this very moment. It was a true test of your prowess. You have done well.
There is one thing I must ask. By sundering the world into 14 shards, the ether of all living beings too was divided. This reduction would in theory allow us to more easily interact with Dynamis. Having seen mankind brought to the very precipice of extinction, you wished for us to develop a means to overcome despair. You believed we had the potential, and sundered all creation to see it fulfilled, to deliver us to that swirling maelstrom of Dynamis in which our foe hides, and grant us the power to defeat her once and for all. Is this not true?
It is as thou sayest. 'Twas the trial to which I subjected mankind, and it hath led to untold bloodshed and suffering. There was no kindness, nor justice in the tragedy I wrought. When confronted with the almighty Zodiac, my only recourse was rend him and the world asunder, that his power be diminished for a time. And so it came to pass. Now you, my chosen, have surpassed my expectations, surpassed me. I entrust the fate of the universe unto you. This crystal contains the memory of Meteion's passage through the stars. Deliver it unto the Loporrits. They will guide you to her.
Though they may be capable of crossing great distances, there is a vast difference between traveling to the moon and the furthermost reaches of the great expanse. And
That's putting
unlike
it mildly.
Meteion, we cannot simply soar on waves of Dynamis to our destination.
Indeed. To make such a journey would require an astronomical amount of ether.
Literally.
But a solution lieth close at hand.
Of course.
Yes, my child. Ever since I became the will of the star, the ether drawn here had slowly crystallized. They who have answered my call know it well. While I have remained hidden, it hath become the embodiment of the planet's will in my place. A faceless, omnipotent force of nature.
So we're going to use the Mother Crystal as fuel.
The Mother Crystal. Our final hope. Alas, I can do no more. The fulfillment of this task doth fall to you, my chosen. Now, Heed these words. Darkness and light, despair and hope. As goeth one, so goeth the other. Become light, become hope. I have a gift for thee. Come closer.
It's a crystal, nothing more.
Long have I searched for a means to safeguard the future of this star. Though I knew failure after failure, by recalling thy tales and my promise to thee, I found the strength to carry on. Though the world is ever changing, thy thirst for adventure hath never waned. Thine unshakable resolve never ceases to amaze, to inspire. As a mark of my gratitude, I bestow this final gift. Thou dost possess the crystal of Azan, yes?
Yeah.
As Heidelin, I reside over the forces of stasis, tranquility, peace. The laws which impart stability to existence itself. I will weave this self-same power into the crystal, granting thee mastery over matter, to give form to the formless. Use it wisely, for it will not last indefinitely.
Give form to the
As thou
form.
hast seen on thy journey through the ethereal sea, souls are drawn to thee. Mayhap this trait will prove to be a boon rather than a hindrance.
Our power is literally going to be the friends we made along the way. We're going to be able to have everyone there for the final fight.
It is thy hopes and prayers that enable Azam's invocations and give them life. So keep them close. But pray, remember this. When the way forward is hidden, even from the mind's eye, look not to the invocation, but within yourself. These were the words of the crystal's original bearer. With that, my work is finished. Fulfill our promise. Right the wrongs committed when the world was yet whole. Silence the song of oblivion. Teach her a brighter melody. Show her our journey is far from over.
We will find our way, Vanilla.
Of this, I have no doubt. For yours is a light brilliant beyond measure. Long after I have gone, though not even my soul remaineth, my love will be with you forever, my dearest children.
Crystal Mommy. But what does this mean for, like, the Blessing of Light and the Echo? That's it for both Hydaelyn and Elidibus. Yeah. God damn. Pet the Lala for good luck. I am glad to see you well. Though we could roughly place your souls, deep as you went, we could neither see nor hear you. The fluctuations in your ether near the end gave me quite a fright. What in the world happened? We killed Crystal Mommy. She asked for it, though. You mean to say Hydaelyn is... No. It's no time to feel our feelings. We must carry out Hydaelyn's will without delay. We'll find Meteion if it's the last thing we do. If you wouldn't mind handing over the crystal, that is. The fancy navigatory one. To the edge of the universe, where congregates the despair of countless stars. You are determined to see this through? We are. Should words fail us, we will fight. To the bitter end. I know that it pains you to accept this. Word that I need ask nothing more of you. Yet we have only two means to travel the great expanse. The moon and Sharlayan's Ark. I'm all too aware that without both of them there will be no exodus. I nevertheless beg you to honour the agreement we made. Forum's decision will be honoured. You have earned the right to use the ship as you see fit. I could not rescind if even I wanted to. As it happens, I do not, and would do all within my power to aid your cause. I mean, we only had the right to propose a different use. We didn't get the right to just straight out use it for whatever we wanted. But okay. With that settled, might I suggest you rest a while? Proving oneself to Hydaelyn is never easy, and despite our unparalleled genius, we'll need a day to make the necessary calculations. We may as well take advantage of it. You can chart a course through the Sea of Stars in a single day? Ye gods. Shall we head above ground for some fresh air then? And perhaps a nap. Father of the Year finally turns up. Oh, and it took me straight back to Old Sharlayan. Okay. Ah, I've been expecting you. I heard about your foray into the ethereal sea. The students have ventured far and wide, but never quite so deep as that. Are you experiencing any after effects from your prolonged exposure? Nausea, dizziness, hauntings? Well, have a pleasant sleep, and if you do experience any unusual phenomenon, please let me know. I shall add it to your records. Seeing Kryle again. What you mean? Am I going to be visited by a ghost of another warrior of darkness or something again? Oh, to be fair, we could give form to Ardbert now that we've got the crystal, maybe.
There you are. Some time, indeed, yes. For you, at least.
I think that is Ardbert. And we're quite literally in the ethereal sea.
Believe me, I'd meant to get some proper sleep. But here we are, drifting along instead. Well, well, you too. And so we remain, to watch and wonder.
Or could that be Hythlodaeus?
Yes, indeed. To begin, we first must see the end.
Yeah, no, that's Hythlodaeus, not Ardbert. And so who was he talking to? Was he talking to Emet-Selch? Hello, Kryle. Hello, Tataru. Hiya. After, I trust you've had a good rest. An envoy of Master Forshanov's arrived not long ago with a message. The Leporites have determined Metion's location. We've been asked to gather at the rostra. I'll meet you there, along with the others. Okay, and I still can't get the last hunting log stuff. Because I haven't unlocked the last zone yet. Okay. Everyone appears to be present and accounted for. Good. As you know, the Leporites have deduced the whereabouts of Metion by means of a crystal bequeathed to us by Heidelin herself. Your quarry's location is a place far beyond the moon, in the farthest reaches of the Sea of Stars, at the edge of creation. A veritable Ultima Thule. Eh? What's that mean? Ultimate end? Indeed. How then are we to reach it? An excellent question. Luckily for you, I have an equally excellent answer. In theory, with its advanced propulsion systems, the moon is capable of delivering you to Ultima Thule, but the myriad other facilities housed within would greatly impede travel through the Sea of Stars. Even the Mother Crystal may not possess ether enough to bear so massive a vessel to our destination and back. However, if we integrate our Hyper Hopper into your ether burner, we should be able to fire things up and jump our way to the end of the universe in no time. Father, does this mean... Bear in mind, this decision was not made solely at my discretion, but with the consent of the Forum. Hearing the Leporit's proposal, the Forum was faced with a grave decision. To commit the Ark to this endeavour would mean abandoning both our plans to evacuate the moon, and to resettle on another star. Needless to say, the proposition invited fierce debate. In the end, however, the Forum was swayed by the simple fact that Hydaelyn believed you possessed of the strength needed to overcome this crisis. The Great Exodus was, after all, a plan of Hydaelyn's own making. Therefore, if in the 11th hour she would proffer another means by which we may seek salvation, we would be fools to dismiss it out of hand. Indeed, she sacrificed everything, her very existence, to avert the destruction of this star. That is why we have chosen to place our faith in Hydaelyn, in you. The Ark will be made ready for your voyage to Ultima Thule. What of all the people that have laboured so tirelessly to prepare for the evacuation? They must be furious. I would not be sure they have not forgotten your deeds on the Magna Glacius. Nor did your instrumental role in orchestrating the delivery of adamantite go unnoticed. No, the people do not portray... No, the people do not protest. Quite the contrary. They have expressed unwavering support for you and your mission. Are the Leporits too willing to abandon the Exodus? Were you not listening when we said we were born of Hydaelyn's love for Aetheris and its people? If it means your survival, we would do anything to help. And you'll most certainly have need of our expertise where you're going. There's no guarantee Ultima Thule is a place that supports life, an otherwise vexing problem our know-how can remedy. Besides, Hydaelyn chose us to lead the way to Mityon. Why else would she give you a crystal only we can decipher? But more importantly, we were perfectly content to evacuate Aetheris until you brought us here, Oriange. And now we're enamored with the place. So what choice do we have but to save it? Of course, none of this is possible without you and the Scions. So I must ask, are you certain you wish to do this? You couldn't stop us if you tried. We'll avert the final days, whatever it takes. Well, we've come this far. You couldn't stop us if you tried. Very well. We shall inform the Forum of your decision and begin preparations to bolster the Ark with the, Hyper Hopper. The Leporits will coordinate with the Ilsabard contingent to have the necessary components transported via the Tower of Babel. Of course, it will take time until the work is complete. For now, pray, take your ease. It would seem there's naught to do but rest and prepare. Shall we? Ere we depart, we must leave nothing undone. Quite, though it is difficult to conceive of how one can best prepare to brave a domain where Dynamis governs all. Nevertheless, Hydaelyn deemed us worthy of the trials that await. For lack of any other feasible options at this late stage, let us trust in her judgment and face Meteion as we are. Which leaves the not-so-small task of coordinating our efforts here to you and Tataru. If all goes to plan, we'll be back before you know it. I certainly hope so. We will be praying for your safe return. Mayhap it will affect the Dynamis for the better. With that settled, we should get some rest, and make the most of the time we've been afforded. Tataru! The meeting's over, is it? You were in there for so long I started to worry. What did they have to say? The edge of creation. I see. Rest assured, everything will remain in order until you return. And you will return. Actually, could I borrow you for a moment? Looks like your plans for the interim are decided. When the two of you finished, meet us back at the Baldessian Annex, alright? Come with me to the Agora. I have something to show you. Okay. Rip. Rip. Welcome, Arthur, to Taru's boutique. I've always done my best to provide the Scions with fashionable attire, but in your case specifically, I make an extra effort to strive for the most functional yet stylish clothing one could ask for. Not that I'm playing favourites, but you are the Warrior of Light. Faced with this unprecedented crisis, I knew you'd need an ensemble unlike anything I've created before, and that I wouldn't be able to do it alone. And so, after enlisting the aid of the world's finest artisans, I finally completed my career-defining masterpiece. But then inspiration struck, and I saw a golden opportunity just begging to be seized. With the help of some Thavnarian refugees, I decided to set up shop here in Sharlayan. Of course, I would never charge you for any of our works. Perish the thought. Varsarud, how are things coming along? Everything is in order, Mistress Tataru. We'll be ready to open shortly. Which is why I brought you here, to be our very first patron. Would you mind waiting here a moment longer? As long as I don't get dressed up like the Leporits did to me. Ah, I didn't expect to find you here. Vashon. I imagine Nidana would also wish to offer her regards. Alas, after delivering our dragon scales to the engineers, she remained to assist with their work on the ether burner. This simulacrum too will stay in Sharlayan while I oversee matters in Razat-Han. It is a rather convenient means to keep abreast of developments pertaining to the final days or anything else. It also allows me to, after a fashion, to watch over my people in this distant land. Voshan, I was hoping you'd stop by. I can't thank you enough for allowing your artisans to work with me here at the boutique. Please, it is I who should be thanking you. This establishment has restored a sense of normalcy to their lives. You have blessed them with newfound purpose and a means by which to support themselves in these troubled times. What's more, when they at last return home to Razat-Han, the experience and knowledge they have gained in your employ will no doubt prove a boon to the artistry and commerce of our land. In fact, I came here to see how your new employees are settling in, and to express my gratitude for granting them this opportunity. It's an opportunity for me as well, believe you me. Your artisans have taught me so much about Thavnarian craftsmanship. Their resourcefulness and ingenuity are nothing short of inspiring. Can't wait to see what kind of wonders we come up with. I pray you every success in your endeavours, Mistress Tataru. Before coming here, I heard word of the Forum's decision, of what will soon be attempted. It was only then that I finally understood why my father called this star the last bastion of hope. Indeed, it was the last bastion, for the flame of every other star he encountered had likely been extinguished. In the boundless dark, the light of brimming life must have been blinding in its splendor. You journey unto the heavens to protect that light. May the scales of my kin serve you well. I have faith you will prevail and restore peace and tranquility to this star. Would that Ahawan were alive to see it. I should like to visit Razat-Han again when this is all over. I worry your faith in me may be misplaced. Oh! I should like to visit Razat-Han again when this is over. And we would be honoured to receive you. There's still much of Razat-Han you have yet to see. True, I've still yet to see the airstrip landing. Forgive me, but I must take my leave. Fare you well, and remember, the people of this star have not yet given up hope, and neither must you. Ugh. Where must I go to get a meal with some flavour in this wasteland of taste? After, old girl. My, whatever are you doing here? A new boutique, you say? I had been meaning to expand my wardrobe. Yes, something with a little more flair, perhaps, befitting a man of my station. Though I have nowhere to flaunt said raiments, so long as my confinement continues indefinitely. I, the young Lord Fortom, insists that so long as there's work to be done, no matter how trivial, I must abide here in Sharlayan. Thus do I toil, though every fibre of my being rails against it. Why, I've even suffered the company of that brute Sicard to see supplies transported in a timely fashion. Yet he was the one granted leave this morning to participate in some supposed covert operation. So I suffer instead for his otherwise welcome absence, now burdened with extra busy work. Without Honoroi here, there is no one to prepare my meals. I came here in the hopes of finding a nice cafe. Alas, the Sharlayan delicacies I've sampled were lacking in every respect. Have you tried Archon loaf? You can find it in all the shops. If a hearty meal is what you're after, I'd suggest the last stand. The cafe over on the pier. Their cuisine didn't appear all that appetizing, but if you vouch for their cooking, then perhaps I will give it a try. Thank you for the suggestion, and ta-ta for now, old girl. I hope you get food poisoning. Well, well. Is that Arthur and Tataru I spy? I don't know. Who are you? Ah, yes. Hancock. Hancock? What are you still doing here? You said you were returning immediately after dropping off your cargo. Yes, that was my original plan. After all, any expertise required aside from the delivery of goods is well beyond my purview. But what manner of entrepreneur would squander an opportunity to study the markets of the northern seas? Worry not, I will return straightways to Kugane once I have finished. Of course you'd find a way to turn this crisis to your advantage. She wounds me, the industrious woman running a new boutique. I am not blind to the travails of those who fight on the front lines to deliver us from ruin. Indeed, I have every confidence they will succeed. I would make myself and my business ready for their return. If you believe in them so devoutly, then why not put your money where your mouth is? Fair enough, Tataru, fair enough. There's naught more I can do to help ready the Ark and her heroes for their maiden voyage, but on your return I shall host a grand celebration in your honour at the Bakairo Inn. Accommodations are quite costly, given the reputation of said establishment, but the East Alienard Trading Company should be honoured to foot the bill. Will there be lemon cakes? I appreciate the gesture, but no thanks. Will there be lemon cakes? Oh, a woman of tart tastes, I see. Yes, there will be lemon cakes and much, much more. The finest delicacies the world and Lord Lolorito have to offer. But let us speak more of this upon your return, lest I draw even more of Tataru's ire. Until next we meet. Angry. Angry because small. Who's going to be next? Someone from Alamigo, perhaps? Ah, after. Decided to spend your time at the markets, did you? Oh no, okay, the ironworks. Tataru? Eggs! Wedge! I take it work on the Ark proceeds apace? Aye, it does indeed. Collaborating with the greatest minds of Sharlayan and Razat Han's been a rewarding experience. And that's to say nothing of what we learned from the Laportes. The Ark is unlike anything we've ever had the pleasure to work on. Even Nero was rendered speechless on more than one occasion. Can't wait for you to see it. And you'll never guess who paid us a visit before we came to Sharlayan. Alpha! I think he sensed the coming danger and returned to check on us. He was always one to turn up in time of need. I suppose that's why he decided to join us here in Sharlayan. Good thing too. Don't know how he does it, but he has a knack for brightening your day just by being there. It's still hard to believe we have the means to send you off into the great expanse, though. To the farthest known reaches of, well, everything. Never thought I'd live to see such marvels, yet here I am. More often than not, you and the Scions are the catalysts that spark the need for these great innovations. To think how much I'd missed out on had I not been a member of the Ironworks. An awful lot of work, to be fair. And the privilege of being worked like a cart chocobo. No. There is that too. As busy as we've been, wish there was more we could do for you. But no matter what happens, we have to keep believing. For a brighter future. That we do, my friend. That we do. And one filled with even more adventure. When you head back, would you tell the engineers I'll be along shortly with refreshments? That's very kind of you, Tataru. They'll be glad to hear it. And on that note, Wedge and I should get going. Still a few more supplies to gather before we return. Terribly sorry for the wait. Right this way, if you please. So is it legitimately going to be a shop? Right. I don't believe the two of you have been formally introduced. This is Varasud, from Palaka Stand. Haven't we met before? Ah, yes. It was you who helped us at Perusa, and again when crossing the ice fields, was it not? I doubt we exchanged little more than glances then, but it is kind of you to remember me. Thanks to Mistress Tataru, I and many of my friends have found gainful employment in this foreign land. It is only natural to feel fear in the face of calamity. In such times, we must look to one another for strength and succor. I know not whether we will come to call this place home or return to Thavnair. We are here today, and are glad to have contributed to the cause. And contribute they did by helping to make your new garments as durable as possible. We put our hearts and souls into them, and I have every confidence they'll keep you safe in the battle to come. Gods, to think how far we've come since our humble beginnings at the Waking Sands. From the rising stones to the falling snows, even a certain insufferable someone's ruby bazaar. We were always fortunate to find friends along the way. Even when you were swept away to the first, Grahatir was there to grant you sanctuary. I'll never forget the relief I felt when you all returned to us. I thought my heart would burst. Yours has been a long, long journey. I've been privileged to watch, often with bated breath, as you persevered time and again. For all the joy we've shared, there's been much sorrow as well. But I've long since learned you can't have one without the other. Which is why I promise to send you off to the Sea of Stars with a smile. And you can be certain I'll be the first one to welcome you back on your return. Such a little cutie. In addition to your new ensemble, we have raiments and weaponry for every need. So please, feel free to browse our stock. Okay. Oh, job-specific gear. Weapons and gear obtained can be equipped at level 89, however all item stats will be subject to item level sync. Oh, okay, so they'll be level synced at 89. The gear can be dyed upon completion of the role quests. Okay. Well, shit. Now I have to have a look through all of this. Lightbringer and Hero's Shield. I mean, they're a bit standard, aren't they? Gigantax? Ooh. That's a bit cooler. Chaos. Ooh, hello. Chaos Bringer. And are these the first forms of the, That one kind of looks like it should be from, Shadowbringers. Like that should be from, what's its face? Vorthry's fight. Ooh. That's a pretty nice armor set for Paladin. What about... I also don't hate that for Warrior. It's quite nice. That feels very true to Warrior's original job armor. Ignominy. That's not bad. It doesn't feel great, but I do think that that helmet would make this look like Cecil a lot. So I think I'm missing out a big part of this by not having the ability to see hats. I mean, I'll be honest, this kind of just looks like a Lost Allegan reskin. Abel's Lance? Abel? Again, that looks very similar to old job gear. Death Sickle. Wait, what? I can also buy job gear for... Okay. They're not thingy and thingy. Yep. Descriptive as shit, I know. Why is Reaper the only thing I can think of? It's not Reaper, it's Viper. Jesus Christ. Viper and Picto. I think my brain's turning to mush. Okay. Surprise, surprise, I like the monk chess piece, because I always like the monk chess piece, pretty much. And I might not be able to dye it yet, but when you can dye it, that's pretty nice. Okay. Murasame. Oh, it's like bags under my eyes. Okay. It's a pretty standard sword. As far as samurai goes, I like that, but eh. I kind of prefer the glam that I have using the scorpion harness. I like the ninja arms. But otherwise, I mean, I like the color scheme. I like purple and black. And I don't hate the daggers because they haven't gone with like a stupid looking jagged design. Because those ones I don't much like. Twin Fangs! Let's have a look at what... Okay. Yep, it's much like the starting armor. In fact, that doesn't die. Okay. It's not a fact of I have to unlock dying. These just don't die. Alright. Perseus bow. That... Oh, that quiver is tiny. That quiver is tiny. The bow itself isn't anything too special. But, okay. What's Bard look like? This is all very important, okay? It's important to look at this stuff. Okay. Kinda like that. It feels quite, Amon. It feels quite, Circus Tower. Or the Crystal Tower. Gear. I wish I could filter this to just one class now and make it a bit easier. Okay, this is different. I hate the gun. Standard. Kinda don't hate that coat. The shorts. I mean, there's not a lot of shorts. I like the boots. The boots are pretty good. What about, is this Dancer? Yeah, this is Dancer. Okay. Ooh. Okay, I actually really like the chest piece and the shorts for this. And I like the headpiece. I actually really like this. Not a massive fan of the weapon, but everything else on that I actually like and I could use for a Dancer glam, especially when you dye it. Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. I like that one. Magical range. Okay, kind of looking like Yoshida. Ooh. I like the effect. Kind of looking like Yoshida. Or at the very least, looking like someone from the Knights Blessed. The summoner gear usually looks pretty good. Yeah, actually, I don't hate that. That's pretty nice. I kind of like the bracing around the knees from the shoes. Okay. And it's a book. It's a book. Oh, Wild Rose. Ooh, okay. The shorts are a bit odd. This is kind of like a matador. I actually kind of like this. Wild Rose is... Oh, I like the dragon element, but the egg is disappointing. I would have rather had an actual rose. Yeah, the shorts are an odd choice, I feel like. I'm not sure that I like the shorts, but I like the chest piece. And then the Picto gear is the Picto gear with the basic brush. Okay. This is just the level 90 job equipment. But it is better than what I have, so yeah, I should get the painter stuff. Until I get to 90, it'll actually be useful. And lastly, healers. Theophany. Okay, that's kind of regal. I don't love the star. That's fine. To be fair, as far as healer white mage gear goes, I think this is my favorite. How's it die? It dies pretty well. Actually. Okay. Yeah. In true fashion, you don't really see the skirt or whatever you're wearing under here much. Okay. The boots. It's a bit weird that they're open toe, but I don't hate the fact that they have that like leathery latex effect. Okay. Scholar. All right. They really like long overcoats, don't they? I don't hate it. It looks... I think this is one of the less ridiculous looking scholars, to be honest. Not Sage, Astro. Okay, I kind of like the Astrolabe. I kind of like that. I don't necessarily hate the chest piece, but I don't love it. I do, however, hate the trousers. Yeah, no. Not for me. And then is this going to make us look like Alphano? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, they are legitimately Alphino's weapons, aren't they? Otherwise, it's the gear that we did when we did the Sage job quests, the gear we were given temporarily. Okay. I spy a certain Lala watching us. Oh god. I'm still getting used to the fact that the mic is lower than it normally is. Are you petting my snake? Hey. I do kind of hate the painter gear. It looks like the facet stuff. It looks like an armor set that would already be in the game, just with like different colors. Although, what's that? Oh, that's the choker of casting. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, let's keep going. Although, first, can I... I can't. I didn't set this. Okay. You know what, then let's be bobberous. Sure, fuck it. I realise you've still got lots to do before you depart, so I won't keep you any longer. I do hope you can find a moment for yourself, and that the others can as well. They said they were returning to the Baldessian Annex, though I doubt they stayed for long. If you decide to go looking for them, I suggest speaking with Kral first. I'm sure they would have just told her their plans. Oh, cool. We're also going to see people that we know just around now. I kind of like that. I like just seeing Soroban. About the place and stuff. Right, well, before I speak with Krile, do I have a level 90 Viper weapon? No. I have a level 95. Okay. Yeah, take the shorts. I might have a use for the shorts at some point. You're back! I take it you received your gift from Tataru? It was a surprise long in the making, with many, many long hours of fretting to get everything just right. I'm glad to see it realized, and with great success. If you're looking for the others, though, they've already taken their leave. Y'shtola, Thancred, and Urianger have gone to the last stand for a bite to eat. Alizé and Grahatia, meanwhile, thought their time would be better spent poring over books at Numenon. As for Alphino and Estinian, well, they've elected to pay a visit to the Levelure estate, though Estinian seemed somewhat reluctant to go. I'm sure they would all be glad for your company if you've a mind to seek them out. Should you be feeling peckish, I'd suggest heading to the last stand before Y'shtola and the others finish eating. But above all else, it would be foolish to run headlong into a battle of fatigued mess. So do remember to get a good night's sleep. Alpha! Quack, quack. Alpha seems distracted by something off in the distant heavens. You cannot help but wonder what he senses out in the sea of stars. The miniature model of Omega appears to be staring up into the sky, searching for something. How much does he know? I would have expected to find at least one of the people that have come. That is a box. Is that not a box I already delivered? Oh, Nero! Nero's here. Huh? No, I am not neglecting my duties. Honestly, am I not allowed even a moment to myself? Genius needs time to reflect on his thoughts, you know. The Ark truly is a... The Ark truly is a marvel, and I count myself fortunate having had the opportunity to help build it. A pity I did not come here sooner. Oh, the things I could have done with the fruits of their research. Not that that is any of your business, mind you, though I suppose I could have found a way to apply that knowledge to further improvements to the Ark as well. After, come to make our trio a quartet, have you? Please, have a seat, and we'll see about getting you a drink.
Your business with Tataru was finished. My, what a thoughtful surprise. What effort would we do without her?
Indeed. And she's right, you know. It hasn't been all doom and gloom.
Feels like a lifetime ago that Master Louis Soir gathered us together to form the Circle of Knowing. Since then, we have experienced much. But rather than feeling wiser, the more I learn, the more I find my knowledge lacking.
Forsooth. As a student, vainly did I believe that I held the secrets of creation in my grasp. Yet that which I had seized was but an insignificant sliver of what awaited in the wider world. Every encounter, every experience hath served to open mine eyes, enlightening and humbling me in equal measure. Even from those whom I called enemies have I learned many a valuable lesson.
What will we learn at the edge of the universe, I wonder?
Ultima Thule, where the bringer of the end makes her nest. I, for one, can't possibly imagine.
Burger.
But whatever awaits us there, we will survive. We must. For her.
Nothing left to prove. Not to Reen, nor Minfilia. We'll get through this. Together. Just make sure you bring enough ammo. No, you've got nothing left to prove. Not to Reen nor Minfilia.
Is aught the matter?
He's dumbfounded.
No, it's nothing. I just... Well, lately I find myself surprised at how much I've changed. How much we've all changed.
We've come far together, and if we have aught to say about it, we'll go further still. Aye, we will avert this calamity and return home. In preparation for which, we must give thought to what we hope to achieve after the proverbial dust has settled.
In contrast, that rat
What with the
looks
primals
terrible.
and Ascians all but dealt with, I suppose we'll need to look for new hobbies.
Yeah,
In
apparently we go
seriousness, though,
tourism.
in uniting to overcome a common foe, the disparate peoples of the world have found a way forward together. It's a truly gratifying sight to see.
Indeed. Though it was many years in the making, we have successfully set in motion the gears of fundamental change. With this, we have fulfilled our humble role as a symbol of hope. And I dare say it is time to bow out. After all, there is no shortage of hands to bear the torch in our stead.
You know, I never really considered I might live long enough to see an after.
You've seen
Even
me
if
the
my
whole
time as a
time.
scion came to an end, I don't expect that much would change. Traveling the world, going wherever the wind blows, lending a hand to those in need.
A journey for journey's sake. It doth suit thee well. I must confess, I too have yearned to see more of the world. If thou art amenable to the suggestion, I would accompany thee. Mine ability to effect an air of normalcy through artful disguise is much improved, thou must concede.
Aye, well, improvement is relative. You still look suspicious no matter what you wear. What have you, Ishtola? Any grand plans?
Why, continue my quest for knowledge, naturally. To begin with, I wish to know the state of the reflections, to which end I must find a means to travel between worlds. 'Tis the least I must do if I am to keep my promise. Should my pursuits prove unduly arduous, I won't hesitate to call on you. And in return, I will take you to see Reen one day. I'm sure you cannot wait to see the fine young woman she has become.
Spare me.
And what of thee? What wouldst thou pursue at duty's end?
Here's yours. My apologies for the wait.
Well, shall we make a toast? To victory.
To our comrades.
To the future of the star.
Throwing them back. It's nice to see them just being friends. It's the moments of normalcy that make characters feel real. It's not all about just being amazing heroes that can do whatever the fuck they want. There is also the fact that this party is being watched. The beady little eyes. Leaving so soon? I suppose it's for the best. If you'd rather not explore the bottom of a bottle with Oriange. I dare say the others would welcome your company as well, if you can find them, that is. In any case, as long as you make the most of your time, that is all that matters. I say, whence came this simulacrum that standeth beside thee? I see falsely, but Istola and Thancred but moments ago employed the self-same doubling magic. All right then, keep thy secrets. You can always count on your friends to help you maintain perspective. A pity mine take a perverse pleasure in it. I'd like to think I'd give as good as I get, though I'd fare better with the occasional assist from a consummate nodder. But it's all in good fun, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Consummate nodder. Where to head to now? We could head to the Numenon or Levelure Estate. I want to see Mummy and Daddy Levelure. And I especially want to see what the fuck Astinian's doing here. Hey, Astinian, looking good. Oh, you do clean up well, don't you?
Oh. What brings you here?
You.
Ah, so you were worried that the Levier household might again be gripped by turmoil. All is well, I assure you. In my letters home, I had made mention of Astinian, you see. My mother wished to meet the legend in person, and so we arranged to have a spot of tea together.
Where were you in my hour of need? Fell beasts I can face, but I'm not made for idle chit-chat with lords and ladies.
Well, I for one thought you held your own. Mother was the picture of delight.
Oh, this is after the... Okay.
I might have been delighted myself, were we in a tavern with more agreeable drink. The thought of fleeing crossed my mind, but what then? I'd never hear the end of it, least of all from Tataru.
I'm sorry. 'Twas not my intent to cause you such distress. It's just... it was one of the things I didn't want to leave undone ere we set forth. That's not to say I think we won't be returning. Yet, given what lies ahead, I did not wish to leave for later that which I could do today. After all, tomorrow is never promised.
It's fine. Not like I had better things to do. Besides, seeing you with your mother brought back fond memories of my own. Be we rich or poor, family is family. Well, it's past time we were on our way.
Wait! Since I left home, I've made a great many mistakes. Mistakes for which I can never make amends. But through it all, you didn't give up on me. To have returned here with you at my side, it means more to me than you know.
Often.
Thank you. From the bottom of my heart. Forgive me, but it needed to be said.
I'm the one who owes you thanks. Were it not for you, I would not be alive today, nor come to terms with Nidhogg's spirit. I am ever grateful.
I suppose I ought to thank you both as well. You were never one to forsake a friend, Alphino. I'll be counting on you. Suppose I ought to thank you both as well. You both come to my rescue multiple times.
Well, we needn't make it a competition. You know, this must be what Hydaelyn meant when she spoke about depending on one another. However treacherous the road before us, together we will prevail.
On to see Graha and Alizé. Puddingway? What the fuck are you doing here? There's no pudding in books. Ah, after. I have come to this studium in order to study the ways of pudding. Alas, my creations don't jiggle as they should just yet, but I persevere. Fucking Puddingway. Oh. Oh no! How was Drunk Urianger? Drunk Urianger was amazing. Look at the sleepy beans. Look at the sleepy beans. You try speaking with Alizé. She is fast asleep. This has been so adorable. I really, really love this. Join them for a nap. Cryle.
Oh. Knowing them, they're probably dreaming about the celestial adventures to come. Just as well. They've been running themselves ragged of late. Unlike you and the others, I'm a few steps removed from the danger and excitement. The things you all get up to never fail to impress me. But by the same token, I can't help but worry. Not only for your safety, but for your happiness. After everything you've sacrificed, you earned it 1,000 times over. From the simple pleasures of tucking into a hearty meal or collapsing into a comfortable bed, to the grand triumphs of visiting legendary lands or finding true love. You deserve all the joy in the world. There is so much that life has to offer, so much to be treasured and shared with those we hold dear. So promise me this. Come what may, you won't give up on your own happiness. When you're out there fighting tooth and nail, it's all too easy to forget. But in the end, your passions will be your greatest strength of all. Remember that.
This feels familiar. Well, 'tis good to be... wait. What am I... Gods, don't tell me I fell asleep.
Not that there's any shame in it, but you were sleeping like babies.
Oh, how embarrassing.
Sweet little babies. And Alistair just doesn't say anything.
Not a word to anyone. Understood? Not one word.
Whatever you say.
I'm told that sleeping in proper beds of your own choosing is a much more effective way to prepare for battle.
So, what were the two of you doing here?
I had a few books to return to the library. Thought I'd take care of it while I could.
And you?
It's a secret. Goddamn fucking adorable. There's someone else dozing up here. I love how the Lala legitimately almost falls, like, full on. Welcome back. Return to catch a final few winks before embarking on your mission, I presume. You'll be happy to know your chambers have been cleaned and fresh linens laid out for you. I pray you enjoy the sweetest dreams on this final night before the big day. Just getting... I mean, why does Ojika look high? It's almost like they're squinting at us. That night, at the Royal Menagerie in Alamigo. Okay. Please? Oh. Xenos. Inhabited by his avatar.
You will never get what you want. Not even the battle you pine for so dearly. In that transcendent moment, what was it that I sought in you? And what was it that you sought in me?
The Day of Reckoning. How's Urianger
How
feeling?
often have we thus assembled? To combine our knowledge and seek solutions to the problems before us.
Back at the Waking Sands, it was all we could do to address the most minor of troubles. Who could have realized what we'd find when we began to look to the sources of the realm's woes?
At the Rising Stones, we made great strides and shared many moments, from the joyous to the sorrowful.
We've had occasion to call other places home too. Be it Ishgard or Kugane, we were fortunate to find sanctuary wherein we might take stock and continue our fight.
I was honored to host this company in the Crystarium, to stand with you all as we confronted the truth of the star itself.
And now from this place, we go to fight the most important battle of all.
The Forum has sent word. The Ark is ready. The Loporrits naturally will be commanding the vessel. They will see the 8 of you to Ultima Thule. Upon arriving, your objective is to find and vanquish Meteion. As a final formality, the Forum bade me ascertain your resolve. So, are you certain you wish to do this?
We are.
Then, ere you report to Thalmasane, I leave you with these words. You must triumph. What that means will differ for each of you. To make it back home, or to simply avert doom, or perhaps something else altogether. Yet whatever it is that drives you, I have faith in its power to see you through. So please, triumph. Triumph, as we who remain behind believe you will.
Let us be off then.
Ataru.
Wait!
Sweet baby.
Both Kryl and I will be there to see you off, but as your receptionist, I feel I need to say this here. Safe journey, all of you, and be safe.
You too, Tatari. We need a Rogadin. Yes, the only Rogadin scion that we've had in the sort of main inner circle has been Moonbreeder. The closest other Rogadin we've had would be Hoary Boulder within the scions. There hasn't even been a Rogadin like other than Ksetsu that has been like integral to the plot, excluding the Admiral, because I wouldn't count the Admiral within that. And Biggs. Yeah, but Biggs and Wedge have always been more supporting characters than, like, main characters, whereas most of the Scions feel more like main characters at one point or another. But yeah, I do feel like that's something that's been missing, has been a Rogadin scion. Because, I mean, we've spoken about it before, but it feels like there isn't a true tank as a member of the Scions. Thancred is more rogue than he is anything else, even despite his redesign. Graha's a Mary Sue, but in reality he's more of a caster than anything else. Urianger's always been a caster. Y'shtola's always been a caster. Ida Lise was always a DPS. Yugiri, when she was involved, DPS. And like Aymeric, even when we were involved with Aymeric, he never felt like he was necessarily around enough to be considered a tank, even though that's what he is. Aymeric is a knight, so he would feel like a tank. Papalymo was a caster, yeah. But we've also never had a physical ranged, represented by one of the Scions. Although, to be honest, I feel like it would have made sense for Urianger to have been a bard before he became an Astro. I feel like bard would have fit who he is as a person, but it's still too physical for him. The only warrior that we've had was Moonbreeder. Estinian's a dragoon. Only one so far was Hith and Hydaelyn, depending on player role. For ranged DPS, physical ranged. Yeah, because Hythalodaeus being a bard makes sense. But it just seems like it's an odd gap to have. That everyone's either been magic or wacky with sword. Or fists, in Lys and Ida's case. But no one has gone for the more mundane ranged options. Though I suppose Monargo was a bard, or at least a ranger. But I don't know if Monargo was involved enough to be considered significant enough. But I'm even trying to think of other supporting cast characters that are bards outside of the bard questline. True, Graha did come into the game as a bard. That's very true. It's just that it's difficult to think of Graha as being significant prior to Shadowbringers. And obviously, when he's the Crystal Exarch, he's not a bard. So it feels like when he's a significant character, he isn't a bard. But yeah, that I'd forgotten that he was originally a bard. So yeah, I guess you've got Graha, and then the only other character I can think of that's significant that's a bard is Monargo. I can't think of anyone in, like, A Realm Reborn. It annoys you that they made him Black Mage for his DPS. I understand why, because his control over Ether is so much better after he spent literally 100 years as the Crystal Exarch and everything. Like, that makes sense. But I do feel like there is a lack of representation. For Bard, it makes sense that there's no machinist, because that's relatively new. It makes sense that there's no dancer, because that would be kind of weird. Like, honestly, it was kind of weird that Graha's adoptive daughter was a dancer as the captain of the guard. But it made sense as having someone in the MSQ show that class. I don't think anyone... I don't think anyone's been a red mage outside of the red mage. Wait, no, Alizé. Idiot. No one's been a Dark Knight outside of the Dark Knight quests. Reaper you only see from Zenith. Emmett Selk was a Dark Knight? That doesn't seem right. As a tank, he is Dark Knight. Suppose Dark Knight is the most ether in-tuned tank. I've really not done much like duty support and trust stuff. But hey! Fair enough. Unto the heavens. I suppose this is where we part ways. For now, at least. Would that I had sage words of wisdom to share ere you depart. Mayhap the teachings of Galuf Baldessian will suffice. Surrender not to anger or hatred, he said. Look beyond them, and there find true strength. What one sees beyond is open to interpretation, I think. But for me, it would be the things I cherish most in life. Things I believe are worth fighting for. Something to consider as you venture onto the Sea of Stars. You know what? I need to... Oh, I can't go into the... Fuck you then. They don't want to let me retire to my room to fuck about with glamours. Speaking of glamours. And we had better not forget that Reen also brought Rogue to duty support. Yeah, like Rogue and Ninja. I feel like there's representation through Yugiri. Well, honestly, through Thancred, Yugiri, and Reen. Is there anything here? What the fuck? Is this new? That must be new. I've not seen that before. Kinda hate it. It's too loose for me. I don't hate the shoes, I suppose. Okay, so I need something for traveling through the stars. Heap of happiness? Look like a hobbit? That could do it. It's not very expensive either. You would look like a hobbit, me not so much. Fair point. Okay. So I can't, no matter what I do, I can't change the color of the tie, which is slightly annoying. Maybe. I kind of like the idea of that. But do I have anything? I mean, the issue is anything I do have is probably going to be higher level than I can use on the Picto gear. Isn't it? True, Omicron set. That actually would work, wouldn't it? Yeah, that would work. I'm an idiot for not remembering it, given that it's also what my sage uses. Of course, I can't use some of the other stuff that I have. Ooh, that actually fits really well as a hood. I'm looking forward to the normal raids for Endwalker, because I know there's some fucking good gear that you get out of it for glam. I wish this was two-tone or dual dye channel, because I want to be able to dye the fabric differently from like the metal underneath it. Although you know that if we did get dual dye channel, it would be the fucking bag. We'll just keep it as it is. Do I want... No, that looks kind of weird. Yeah, we'll just keep it the way it is. Don't fuck with it. yes, I do have to have it separate from this one, because this is the healing one. They're different. Minorly. Okay, to Thormazen, which means going to, yeah. Poria. Who the fuck are you? Ah, yes, I know you. Your reputation and the rumour mill precedes you. At any rate, how might I help you? What do you do here? I'm a researcher, and have long since been involved in the Ark's construction. I confess I'm conflicted about the culmination of all our efforts. While I'm proud of what we've accomplished, it also means the final days are close at hand. Okay, so you're just one of the researchers that happens to be wearing a full set of the Lost Allergan gear as well. Everyone's here. I just love the fact that Alpha's here. Quack, quack, quack.
All present and accounted for? Good. As you will have heard, the Ark is ready. All that remains is to board and be on your way.
I've seen my fair share of tight schedules, but this was bloody murder. But we did it. We finished the ship. It's safe, fit for purpose, and looks good to boot. Aye, it's a garland through and through.
You barely did any work on it.
We'd do without you. Thank you for everything.
Ah, don't mention it. Ever since that episode with Omega, I've been toying with the idea of star-faring vessels. And as they say, necessity is the mother of invention. We've learned a lot, let me tell you. In case you're wondering about payment, the ongoing existence of the world ought to do. But feel free to throw in a colorful recounting of your journey on your return.
I'm sure we can arrange that.
So, have you thought of a name?
A name? Wasn't everyone just calling it Father's teeny tiny toy boat?
Well, seeing as its purpose has changed, I thought a more eloquent name was in order. I suggested as much to Fortuno, who seemed quite amenable to the idea.
As you know, this vessel is the culmination of heretofore unprecedented collaboration. And though said collaboration is owed to the Scions, there is another whose noble deeds made our work possible.
Idle?
From a fragment of Dalamud, we obtained not only advanced materials such as refined adamantite, but the knowledge to traverse the stars. And this fragment would not have found its way to us had the Archon Louisois not fought to protect this world. And in so doing, laid down his life.
Ah.
Now that the vessel stands complete, I cannot help but wonder if it was more than mere happenstance. If it was my father's intention to guide us here. In the hopes that his guidance will see you all safely home, I name the vessel after that self-same fragment of Dalamud he delivered unto us. The starship Ragnarok.
Looks a fair bit different.
Sorry for the wait. I got everyone you asked for, and not a one less.
Hey! The Allied Societies? Everyone!
What are you all doing here?
Oh, I invited them. The representatives of those tribes with religious inclinations.
Oh.
You've done a fine job of readying the Ragnarok, but for it to take flight, we'll of course need the power of the Mother Crystal. Given its immense size, however, transporting it would be an absolute logistical nightmare, not to mention we'd need to shatter it into tiny shards for feeding to the engines. But a brilliant idea came to me. We convert the crystal's energy into forms that can transport themselves!
You want us to create primals for fuel?
Thou wouldst employ summoning, or should I say its precursor, creation magics.
Care to explain for our benefit?
As you may have witnessed at Bestway's Burrow, the Loporrits are capable of creation magics, which they use to shape the moon's environment. Yet simple though they make it seem, 'tis a highly advanced and exacting art. To perform it correctly requireth that the wielder holdeth the object in his mind's eye in clearest detail.
Hence the ancients' meticulous management of concepts.
Drawing upon this art, the Ascians conceived of summoning as we know it. A derivative that replaceth the complexity of concepts with the simplicity of zealotry to make manifest a creation.
I see. By combining the Loporrits' magics and the tribe's faith, we convert the Mother Crystal into primals of purer form and greater obedience. Summoning as it was intended, one might say.
Indeed! Indeed! While Heidelin gave us the ability to use creation magics, she forbade us from using it to make anything possessed of a soul, or similar. She didn't say anything about fulfilling the desires of others, though. So, borrowing our friend's faith, we'll create deities using the Mother Crystal's power and send them to the Ragnarok!
So I'm sorry, the Ragnarok's going to be full of the Scions and then a bunch of gods.
About the risk of being turned into a tempered minion.
Oh, right, I was getting to that. From what I've read in Sharlayan tomes, it appears the Ascians incorporated an additional nasty element into their summoning method. The fervent desire to assimilate others into one's belief. Beings thus created are instilled with the self-same desire and use their powers to enthrall people, starting with the summoner. In contrast, our creation magics, the original and the best, except no substitutes, don't incorporate any of that rubbish, so there's no risk of tempering. I mean, if the being was on the scale of Zodiac, you might feel a little tug, but I think we'll be safe enough.
Truth be told, I do not understand the intricacies of this plan. But none of us would ever turn our backs on you. When the avatars of our faith ran amok, you intervened without decrying we who birthed them. Where others vilified and suppressed us, you offered understanding and friendship.
And then we killed your gods. Yes.
In gratitude, we will share with you the true expressions of our gods. Not malevolent deities, but benevolent saviors.
Alright, you lot, we're heading to the ethereal sea. Stay in sight, else you're liable to get lost.
Lead the way.
So wait, are we gonna have like the minion versions, or are they gonna be full sized? Because I don't. How's this gonna work?
May we have a moment? In anticipation of the day man might journey to the stars, we developed these.
Hmm? Oh. A Pokedex.
Portable teleportation devices. One for each of you, designed to work in tandem.
Why does
Press
she
the
look
button
like
on
she's had
one,
a stroke?
and in a matter of moments, all 8 will activate and send their owners back to the Ragnarok. There is no telling what hazards you may encounter. If you find yourself separated or lost, please do not hesitate to use them.
Useful.
Be safe, all of you, and come back.
You as well. I pray you take care.
Looks like everything is in order, so I'll go ahead and board. A few of my fellows will remain to assist with the summonings, but rest assured, the vessel won't want for competent crewing.
If you are ready, then you should board as well. Go, and Godspeed.
I'm sure that Alpha isn't there if you haven't done the Omega raids, but I just fucking love that he's there. A-glyph. Looking edgy as shit, son. If you'd come this way, I'll direct you to the bridge. Upon boarding the Ragnarok, several cutscenes will play. Okay. Oh shit, they're playing my jam. Wait, is this inside? It really is bigger on the inside. Jesus. If this is just the bridge. Oh god. Why is one of them asleep?
Welcome to the bridge, everyone! I hope you have everything, because I can't be bothered turning back.
I fucking love you, Living Way.
Right then, make yourselves comfortable. We're setting off in just a moment.
It's incredible.
This is Fortuno. Can you hear me?
Papa.
The preparations for the summonings are complete. In accordance with the 14th phase of the plan, we have moved the Ragnarok to the launch site. The gates are open. You may depart when ready.
Yeah, it probably is sleeping way or dreaming way.
So, are we ready?
As ready as we'll ever be. Let's get going.
Why would they put either of them on the bridge?
Come on. The burnt-out star's got more fire in its belly. Try it again, with feeling.
Have Alphino do the honors.
Me? But I...
No need to be coy, brother. Do it, and do it well.
If you all insist. Onward unto the distant stars and beyond.
To infinity
Ragnarok, engage
and beyond.
Engage!
It was sleeping way.
Engage!
I'm sorry. Did this suddenly turn into a mech anime? Hold on. It was not that big. Unless they had it miniaturized. I thought they only miniaturized the inside. What the fuck? Did we just nuke old Charlian? Oh. Frick. Titan. And the rest. Lakshmi. Was that Ramu? Leviathan. Ravana. Bismarck. Good King Moggle Garuda.
That I must carry landwalkers into the sky. I cannot imagine a greater indignity.
Do not sulk so, for thy mighty winds exist not only to buffet and batter. Nay, they may serve also to thrust forth with vigor. Such is thy glory, and thus it is an occasion to rejoice. So come, let us revel!
So long as the wind blows freely, I suppose all is as it should be in creation. I will render unto them a storm, that they may pierce the firmament and fly free!
We just opened a fucking wormhole. And suddenly, this is just a gummy ship. Oh, I would laugh so hard if they made us actually do a gummy ship section from Kingdom Hearts.
Still in one piece? Good. Sleeping Way? Report?
All's well. Fantastic, even. Thanks to the power of those primals, the engines are roaring and we're ripping along.
All values are also within projected ranges. Time to destination is 8 carats. Perhaps 7 at a pinch.
What kind of time is carrots?
Alright! Let's go over some points of caution.
How long it takes to eat a carrot?
Our destination, as you know, is Ultima Thule. Lest you wonder, the place is not a star so much as a patch of emptiness. That's the extent of what our equipment could determine, anyway. From what we know of Meteon, she's likely used dynamis to obfuscate her location.
So, in conclusion, we'll only know what's there when we get there.
The crew and I will see to it the ship's ready to take off at a moment's notice. We'll support the search as best we can, but it'll be your paws on the ground, assuming there is any. But everything will be fine, I'm sure. Heidelin believes in you, so you ought to believe in yourselves. Just don't do anything I wouldn't, like waiting too long to use those portable teleporters of yours. Personally, at the slightest sign of trouble, I'd mash the button to bits, and you should as well.
I fucking love her.
Understood. We promise to be careful.
I suggest you brace yourselves. We're about to arrive and the vessel will shake a good bit.
Okay, so it must have been eating carrots.
What is this? Something is interfering with the equipment.
That doesn't sound good. How about Leporus as a playable race? Yes. I would 1000% play a Leporit. Hey, Gothion.
Greetings. Can you hear me?
Not Gothion. Meteor.
So this is Meteon.
Oh. Have you met one of my sisters? I don't remember meeting you myself. But I do know that you're from Atheris. Why have you come? All you had to do was wait. I would have delivered to you your ends.
We didn't ask for that.
I don't understand. All life is destined to end. Why choose to prolong your suffering? Effort, ambition, love, they amount to naught. Happiness, should you find it, is inevitably lost, stolen away by events beyond your control. There is no logic nor meaning in it. You think there is. Convince yourselves. But it's all a cruel accident. I speak the truth. A truth you would recognize if you looked up at the night sky. Unbroken emptiness. Cold, dark, and silent. Your world, like every other, is but a blemish upon its perfect fabric. Life is an anomaly. It is unnatural and cannot continue. The sooner you accept this, the easier it will be.
Just to be clear, we're not here to argue with you. We know that life is fleeting, and that in the short time we have it, we're not assured happiness.
Indeed. I've seen far more sorrow in the eyes of many I've met. I myself have plenty of regrets. And one day they'll die with me. Gone to dust with my good deeds and unfulfilled dreams.
But we accept this. That our existence may seem pointless. That sorrow, rage, and despair will always dog our heels. And we press on regardless. That is why Hydaelyn guided us here. In her boundless love for mankind, she has prepared us for this trial, and in her name, we have come for you.
Yes, I sense it. A burning passion like unto fury. I know it well. For the same passion once burned in many a star before yours. Suffocated and extinguished now. You approach the bounds of my ultimatum, where emotions dictate reality, where resignation and acceptance unite to embrace the end, where those who yet valiantly cling to life can thrive.
It's kind of like Fear, or something like it. It feels like they went down the more sort of horror route with how they're treating Meteion.
By the Fury.
What time am I going to?
Thancred?
I could go till relatively late, but...
Meteion has gone as well. Mayhap he awakened first and gave chase.
Everyone? It appears we are at our destination. This is Ultima Thule.
Not that we knew what to expect, but I wasn't expecting this. From atmospheric composition to ambient temperatures, all reading to within permissible range. This place is capable of supporting life.
Oh.
If that's the case, then Thancred may well have gone on ahead. Let's go and have a look. Meanwhile, I want the rest of you to perform a full inspection of the ship, as well as a biological scan.
Yeah, I could go.
So it was that the brave wayfarers arrived at last at Dream's End.
Pretty late. But I could also finish up in like an hour.
In following their path walked and history written, I am made keenly aware of one truth. Though the curtains may fall again and again, so long as others take the stage, ever shall there be more tales to tell.
God damn.
So, let them bring it to a close, I say. Let the curtains fall upon this, the final chapter in the tale of the star.
This is a good resting point for the MSQ if needed. Well...
Is this a dead star?
We'll talk after the cuts.
As I live and breathe, I live and breathe. The environment itself shouldn't kill us.
Well then, let us search for Thancred while exploring the area. The ship we leave in your care.
I still have several hours left. Okay. I mean, I should at least go until we get a Aetheryte. I can't guarantee it will be of help in these strange surrounds, but I've readied a provisions node in case of emergency. Of course, if you encounter any real danger here, I expect you to return to the Ragnarok at once. A strange new world. We're fortunate this place can support life, albeit barely, I suspect, given the torpid, stale quality of the air. But never mind that. We must find Thancred. Let's begin our search from the prow of the ship. Seems as good a direction as any. Try not to stray too far, lest we lose sight of one another. This place looks fucking amazing, though. Is that an actual No, that is a stone dragon, calcified. There's loads of them too. Wait. This isn't where Midgard-Summer came from, is it? Ruins. But of what, I wonder? Perhaps we can find something to help us understand the nature of this place. A relic, an inscription, anything. Look here. This part is relatively intact. The intricate design of the top suggests it's man-made, and its builders were surely not men as we conceive of them. Having said that, I swear I've seen this pattern before. The metallic pillar has been partially melted, likely sometime in the distant past. Damage does not appear to have been inflicted deliberately, rather it calls to mind the indiscriminate destruction often wrought in the heat of battle. Or it could be where Omega came from. I thought this hill might afford a better view of our surroundings. Poor decision in hindsight. Beside the light from the ship, all is shrouded in darkness. If Thancred is here, I'll never know it. From what I can tell, we are near the edge of an island, if you can call it that, surrounded by floating debris. I just realised this is apparently fair skies. At 1 in the afternoon. I wonder what other weather here looks like. Were you able to find anything? As I feared, and still no trace of Thancred. There's nothing but emptiness as far as the eye can see, which, unfortunately, isn't very far. I can't help but suspect that someone, or something, is here. There are times when I sense it drawing close, and then a chill washes over me, leaving me exhausted, leaving me with feelings of death and anguish. That would be the Dynamis. I think I might see something over there. I felt it too when I was near that thing. I mean, it's clearly a dragon. It's what we would recognize as a dragon. But do they not see it? What are you talking about? There's nothing there. They don't see them. Before we jump to any conclusions, perhaps we should search elsewhere. Agreed. We found only one more question when we found only more questions when we are in desperate need of answers. There's a fair stretch of terrain from the ship's port side we've yet to explore. Let us try searching there then. After. A word before we join the others. Can he feel them too? Hold on, 1 minute. Can they see the calcified dragons there? Far from the maddening horde. Okay, that aggroed all of them. That was not so much the plan. I don't know what the merchant is going to be here, but there will be a riding map for bicolor gemstones, and so I want it. I do think that the flavor text for this fate has confirmed what I thought. Let's go speak to Estinian and see if he'll confirm it. Okay, well these ones I will need to do. Or at least one of them. I got a Dynamis crystal. You see them too, don't you? The dragons. As I thought, their presence is tenuous at best, but there's no mistaking it. No doubt your bond with Midgard-Sommer and mine with Nidhogg is what allows us to perceive them. Could these apparitions be related to the dragons that now live on Etheirys? Nah, better to leave such conjecture to the others. In any case, we must be careful. We may soon find dragons that can see as well. They can see as well. Death and anguish. What happened to them, I wonder? Now, this must be the star that Midgard-Sommer fled. Oh my god! That aetheryte looks fucking amazing. Oh. And there's like white ghost apparitions of dragons. They, honestly, they look like something out of Okami, with the like wispy, smoky design. Yeah, that's cool as fuck, man.
Dragons? Here?
Apparently.
What you see is a memory of a world that once was. A world suffering a slow death, whose denizens cried out for the release of oblivion.
What? Their world is dead?
It is. Not a single life remains upon that husk floating in the vast emptiness. These creatures are shadow and shade, perpetuated only to suffuse Dynamis with their unending lamentations.
Our friend Thancred, where is he?
A strange question. He is at your side, is he not?
What?
Oh yes. He is here and there, and everywhere within this space. He would tell you himself if he had form to form words.
Oh, is his inability to control ether getting him fucked up?
Huh. Such loathing and uncertainty. You don't know why you still exist. In like manner to the oblivion I send, I tried to drown out your ether with Dynamis. Beginning with this Thancred, who came at me despite being unable to breathe. Such a simple thing, unmaking men. In the blinking of an eye, he was gone. Didn't even have the chance to be transformed.
I refuse to believe he's dead.
Yet somehow, he managed to leave a slither of himself behind. What you call the heart? Or perhaps the soul. In his final moment, he cried out from it. A single word. Survive. That wish proved stronger than the despair that ruled here. It overpowered it, causing this space to be remade. Into a place you can perceive, and where life can endure. That you draw breath is proof that his soul lives on. For how long, however, remains to be seen.
Well then, we should hurry and tend to business.
Even if you destroyed that one, we don't know how many sisters she
It's
has.
futile. You will never reach the true me. I told you, emotions dictate reality in this space. Such changes as you might work will not alter its nature. You may see, but you cannot touch. Walk, but not advance.
Meteon holds too much sway here. How do we contend with a foe who can unmake us on a whim?
I do not know. But Thancred gave his life that we might come this far. We must press on.
Agreed. We cannot turn tail here. Not without something to show for our comrade's sacrifice.
I feel like if this was where Thancred died, then they would have made a much bigger showing of it. But I also don't know. Okay, I could keep going for another like hour or two, or we could call it here and come back on Thursday. What do we reckon? Food is important and Thursday sounds good. Okay. We'll do that then. That also gives me a chance, again, not that I know yet. Okay, maybe I just don't see it because we can't perceive the entity that will be the bicolored gemstone shop perhaps yet, given the nature of this area. But it also gives me a chance to do some fates so that when we do get the bicolored gemstone store here, I can do something with it. Also, have I been being an idiot? No? Apparently not, or at least maybe not. There may have been one down toward there, I don't know. But yeah, thank you very, very much. Thank you, Quizzled, for keeping me company and for helping out with reviving me whilst I sucked at fighting Heidelin. I look forward to doing her extreme. Legitimately, to be fair, I look forward to doing the extremes for Endwalker to get the mounts. Although I need to finish getting the mounts from Shadowbringers, I still need to get the ruby and diamond weapon mounts. But yeah, so I will, at the very least, I will have done the Shared Fates. I will probably try and get the relic stage that we're at done. It's mainly that I need critical engagement, so I'll either do that or I'll just start running raids a shit ton, but that's going to take a long time probably. Yeah, is there anything else that I need to do? Leveling, I guess. There's now not much need in me to not level Icto and Viper, I guess. Because this is the final zone. Are we on to level 90 quests yet? Not yet, but we're probably very close to level 90 quests. Yeah. Well, anyway. Thank you very much, and I will catch you next time. Have a good one. Later.